I would like to note that the interpreter for the evening is Jose Gonzalez. Please raise your hand and ask him for a listening device if you would like interpretation services tonight. I would like to call this meeting to order for the City Council meeting of May 5th, 2026. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Councilmember Aguilera?
Here.
Councilmember Batalla?
Here.
Councilmember Soto?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Flores?
Here.
Mayor Patino?
City Attorney, Mr. Watson, would you like to give the closed session report?
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. With respect to items 3A and 3B, instructions were provided to the negotiators. No further report is necessary.
Thank you. We will be doing proclamations tonight, and the very first proclamation will be given by our council member Gloria Soto on Water Awareness Month.
Thank you. Whereas the City of Santa Maria maintains a water awareness and conservation program that includes community outreach, school education, complimentary home water visits, and suspected leak notifications to residential and commercial customers. And whereas every industry, business, and resident can make a difference by conserving water at work, home, and school. And whereas residents of all ages and businesses and industries of all types are invited and encouraged to implement just one of the many tips and ideas to help conserve water in Santa Maria. Now therefore, Alice Patino, Mayor of the City of Santa Maria, hereby proclaims the month of May 2026 as Water Awareness Month in the City of Santa Maria. And here to accept the proclamation, we have Myra Ritchie.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, fellow City Council members, City Department heads, and fellow City residents. Upon receiving this proclamation, May is Water Awareness Month. Again, my name is Myra Ritchie. I am the Water Conservation Specialist for Utilities Department. Part of my job is I educate the community about water conservation. We all know how a valuable resource it is to our community. We definitely have a robust water conservation outreach to our community. Not only we do outreach social media, but we also advertise in print ads, both English and in Spanish. We have print ads among the whole Santa Maria ad, Times, in the news. We have artwork done by students. We are actually having this evening celebrating the 15th Water Awareness Poster Contest, which I'd like to acknowledge these students. This year, we had over 300 posters that were submitted with 6 local schools here in Santa Maria. We invited 3rd grade students to participate. If it wasn't for the elementary school administrators, along with the teachers, we wouldn't be having this contest. So first and foremost, thank you to Santa Maria Bonita School District. And with that said, I'd like to start the evening by announcing our 6 winners. For most educational, from Alvin School in Mrs. Lee's class, we have Keila Iturbide Ayala.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council members. My name is Keila Iturbide Ayala. My teacher's name is Mrs. Lee. My poster is about water awareness. Water is important to us because we need it in our daily lives for everything. Let's take care of water because water is life. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate this award.
Next, we have from Oakley Elementary School in Mrs. Watkins' class for Best Celebration of Water, Sophia Vargas.
My name is Sophia Vargas. My teacher's name is Miss Watkins. My poster is about water awareness. Water is important to us because it gives more energy and even animals needed water to survive.
And from Alvin School in Mrs. Lee's class for Most Colorful, Diana Iturbide.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council members. My name is Diana Iturbide. My teacher's name is Miss Lee. My poster is about water awareness. Water is important to us because we need water to survive. If we didn't have water, I wouldn't be here to accept this award. I am so thankful for this award. Thank you so much.
From Alvin Elementary School, Mrs. Long's class for Most Artistic, Jennifer Pineda Nestor.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council member. My name is Jennifer Pineda Nestor. My teacher's name is Ms. Long. My poster is about water awareness. Water is important to us because it is good for your body and good for planting plants. Thank you for this award.
Also from Alvin Elementary School, in Mrs. Long's class, for Most Water Aware, Brittany Ramirez Preciado.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council members. My name is Brittany Ramirez Preciado. My teacher's name is Ms. Long. My poster is about water awareness. Water is important to us because it brings life to animals and people. Thank you for this award.
And last but not least, from Oakley Elementary School in Mrs. Watkins' class, for Best Slogan, we have Camila Santos.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council members. My name is Camila Santos. My teacher's name is Mrs. Watkins. My poster is about water awareness. Water is important to us because we need it and also our surroundings too. Thank you for this award.
And if I can have the student winners stand up one more time, please. Again, I present to you this year's 2026 Water Awareness Poster Contest winners. And once again, too, also for the teachers who are here this evening, if it wasn't for you and the communication with you, I just want to say thank you with all the endless emails and calls. Thank you again for the city administrators. Thank you for Madam Mayor for always letting me do this outreach and having the students participate. Again, too, our students are our future leaders of America, so let's do our part and conserve water. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you. Next, we'll be doing a proclamation for Municipal Clerks Week, and this will be given by Councilmember Gloria Soto.
Okay. Whereas the office of the municipal clerk, a time-honored and vital part of local government, exists throughout the world. And whereas the office of the municipal clerk is the oldest among public servants, and it is most appropriate that we recognize the accomplishments of the office of the municipal clerk. And whereas the office of the municipal clerk provides the professional link between the citizens, the local governing bodies, and agencies of government at other levels. And whereas municipal clerks have pledged to be ever mindful of their neutrality and impartiality, rendering equal service to all. And whereas the municipal clerk serves as the information center on functions of local government and community. And whereas municipal clerks continually strive to improve the administration of the affairs of the office of the municipal clerk through participation in education programs, seminars, workshops, and the annual meetings of their state, provincial, county, and professional organizations. Now therefore, Alice Patino, Mayor of the City of Santa Maria, hereby proclaims the week of May 3rd through May 9th, 2026 as Municipal Clerks Week in the City of Santa Maria, and further extend appreciation to our elected city clerk, Patty Rodriguez, Chief Deputy Clerk, Donna Schwartz, Assistant City Clerk, Alexandra Valdez, and to our Deputy City Clerk, Ashley Arcienega, for their vital services they perform and the exemplary dedication to the community they represent. And here to accept the proclamation, we have Donna Schwartz.
We appreciate Donna and all that she does and all our other clerks that make things run efficient here. There's plenty of seats up here. If people want to take seats, there's seats up here.
You guys
so
wanna
nobody
move
has
up?
to sit in the back.
Yeah, I'd also like to thank the clerks. You guys do a really good job. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for all your
yes,
service.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, our proclamation is Compost Awareness Week, and Councilmember Batalla will be presenting the award.
Whereas the Compost Research and Education Foundation, along with Canada, Australia, and the United Kingdom and other countries, have declared the first week of May to be the annual International Compost Awareness Week. Organic materials suitable for composting is an effective form of waste reduction, reuse, and recycling. Compost improves the soil structures, reduce and runoff, supplies the soil with a variety of micro and micronutrients, and enables compost amended soils to use less water. And whereas using suitable soil enriching compost helps prevent the erosion of valuable topsoil without being valuable wildlife habitat. Community is enhanced by composting green waste, biosoils, and other organic materials, and promoting the use of renewable resources in landscaping and agriculture. Returning compost organic resources to the soil is a method of decreasing the density of chemical fertilizers and decreasing erosion, reducing water and non-point pollution. And whereas the City of Santa Maria has initiated green waste and food waste collection programs to aid in the efforts of environmental, Eagle and Great Inc. Regional Composting Facility, Santa Maria has been successfully composting organic materials for suitable agricultural practice since 1993, and the city has invested in collection programs to meet state requirements and save valuable landfill space. Now therefore, Alice Patino, Mayor of City of Santa Maria, hereby recognizes the week of May 3rd through 9th, 2026 as Compost Awareness Week in the City of Santa Maria, as well as recognizing the efforts of the composting councils, extension agents, householders, landscapers, farmers, recyclers, public workers, gardeners, and plant growers everywhere, along with Eagle and Great Inc. and Harvest Blend Compost. Here to accept Bob Eagle.
We love composting.
All right. Council and all the public here, really like to thank you for recognizing International Compost Awareness Week. I think this is the 26th year that we've been doing International Compost Awareness Week. We've gone through a lot of pots. I brought you a plant. Something special about this year is Engel and Gray celebrating our 80th year of doing business here in Santa Maria. And so we had some hats made up with our Harvest Blend compost. And it's our 33rd year of composting with the city of Santa Maria here. One of the first, really in California, and we were not the first, but one of the first to get into the composting business and provide those services. So I'd like to thank you for being at the forefront. On behalf of the United States Composting Council, just to recognize the benefits of compost and what it does to soil, makes soil healthy. It conserves water. It's always so appropriate to be here on the water saving month too, because we kind of complement each other. What you're using, the compost in the parks, is great and rejuvenating the soil and making everything look good. The soccer fields love it. So we appreciate working with you, and thank you very much for recognizing the benefits of compost. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I forgot the biggest thing. We have a big event on Betaravia Road Saturday, 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. If you want to get some free complimentary compost. We're having complimentary compost. We don't give anything away free. It's always complimentary. But you can get up to a cubic yard of compost for free. Bring a bucket, a car, a pickup, whatever you got, and we'll load you up. We're also having transplants. We're also bringing the kids. We teach the kids how to make potting soil with the compost and sand, and then they plant a transplant in there, and they get to take the pot home with them to grow their vegetable transplant. And we give you extra vegetables if you want to do a home garden. We give those out free. We have a whole selection of different types of veggies. So that's this Saturday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at 745 West Betaravia Road.
Great.
So. Thank you. I almost forgot to have.
Thank you, Bob.
Take care.
The next proclamation is the National Day of Prayer, which I'll be reading, and the proclamation will be accepted by Benita Munoz. She's the treasurer of Community National Day of Prayer. It says, whereas throughout history, Americans have lifted fervent prayers to God on behalf of our nation. From the gatherings of our founding fathers, elected officials have prayed and encouraged those they serve to join them in prayer, including the authors of the Declaration of Independence, who wrote that they were appealing to the Supreme Judge of the world and continuing to present day and presidential proclamation inviting citizens to seek God's guidance, mercy, protection, and whereas a National Day of Prayer has been part of our heritage since it was declared by the first Congress in 1775 and was established into law in 1952. Later amended in 1988, affirming the importance of prayer, directing the president to proclaim the first Thursday of May each year as the National Day of Prayer. And whereas the observance of the National Day of Prayer will be held on Thursday, May 7th, with the theme, Glory God Among the Nations, Seeking Him in All Generations, based on 1 Chronicles 16:24. And whereas first Thursday of May, Americans express their faith, exercise their freedom in prayer, uniting in personal prayer and public gatherings with praise, repentance, love, and humble intercessions for our neighbor and nation. Now therefore, Alice M. Patino, Mayor of the City of Santa Maria, hereby proclaim May 7th, 2026 as National Day of Prayer.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council, and city leaders, it is an honor and a privilege to be here this evening to accept this proclamation on behalf of the community of prayer here in Santa Maria. This is a monumental year as the National Day of Prayer celebrates its 75th year and America commemorates its 250th year as a nation. The theme for this year's National Day of Prayer is from 1 Chronicles 16 in the Old Testament, which claims, "Glorify God among the nations, seeking him in all generations." This year, we will declare our personal rededication, focusing on our own hearts in our own city where God has established us. We will gather together to pray, to celebrate, and to rededicate ourselves back to the Lord in covenant as one nation under God, committing to love the Lord our God with all our heart, mind, and strength, and to love our neighbors as Jesus loves us. Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council, and city leaders for your support these last 29 years as we have come together to pray for our city, county, state, and nation. Our prayer meeting on May 7th will be at the Healing Rooms. It'll start at 6:30. So please come join us. And we also have a midday one at the Veterans Hall at noon, and that will be for about an hour. We would love to see anyone who wants to pray with us. Thank you.
Thank you. The next proclamation will be National Police Week, and it'll be given by Councilmember Batalla.
Whereas of all the promises America offers, none is more precious and elusive than the right to be free from crime, and whereas the dedicated men and women who have chosen law enforcement as a career faces dreaded risk and danger in preserving our freedom and security, and whereas during the week of May 10th through May 16, 2026, National Police Week is observed to recognize the horrendous work, serious responsibility, and strong commitment of our national peace officers, and whereas in conjunction with this important observance, the city of Santa Maria is observing May 13, 2026 as Peace Officers Memorial Day of those noble officers who have tragically sacrificed their lives in the line of duty, and whereas 12 California peace officers are recognized as being killed in the line of duty during 2025, and whereas these special observances provide all Santa Marians with the opportunity to appreciate the heroic men and women who have dedicated their lives to preserving public safety. Now therefore, Alice Patino, Mayor of City of Santa Maria, hereby recognizes the week of May 10th through May 16, 2026 as National Police Week, and proclaim Wednesday, May 13, 2026 as Peace Officers Memorial Day in the city of Santa Maria, and encourage all residents to remember those individuals who gave their lives for our safety and express our appreciation to those who continue to dedicate themselves to making Santa Maria a safer place in which to live. And here to accept Lieutenant Felix Diaz.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for recognizing Police Officer Memorial Week and for taking the moment to honor those who gave the ultimate sacrifice, their lives. On behalf of the Santa Maria Police Department, we'd like to invite everybody, the whole community, council, to join us for our annual memorial next Wednesday, May 13th at 10 a.m. at the Santa Maria Police Department. We'll be honoring the 12 fallen officers who died in 2025. So we hope to see you all there. And this year will also be special. We'll be honoring one of our very own Santa Maria Police Officer Robert C. McMichael, who died in 1932. He's never been formally recognized. So we'll have a ceremony as well, having a moment for his death in 1932. Again, it'll be next Wednesday, May 13th, 10 a.m. at the Santa Maria Police Department for all of you who are interested. Hope to see you all there. Thank you again for the support, and see you there.
Thank you, Lieutenant Diaz. Our next proclamation is the 80th anniversary of Lifeway Fellowship, and Councilmember Gloria Soto will be presenting the proclamation.
Thank you. Whereas on May 17, 1946, a group of faithful believers founded Santa Maria Southern Baptist Church, known as Lifeway Fellowship, with a mission to share the gospel and serve the Santa Maria community. And whereas for 80 years, Lifeway Fellowship has faithfully made disciples, equipped believers, and impacted generations through worship, teaching, and outreach. And whereas this milestone reflects God's enduring faithfulness and the church's continued commitment to his mission. Now therefore, Alice Patino, Mayor of the City of Santa Maria, hereby proclaims May 17, 2026 as the 80th anniversary of Lifeway Fellowship in the City of Santa Maria, and we give thanks for the past and look forward with hope to the future. And here to accept the proclamation, we have leadership of Lifeway Fellowship Church.
I want to thank the City Council and the city for being willing to do this. I'm sad that Mayor Patino is not here. She has been an incredible supporter of the church and faith in the community. And as we get a chance to celebrate 80 years, it's a reminder of the need of that beacon of hope in the community. And not just for what has happened in the past, but what is to come. That we can trust in the God that not only made us, but the God that has saved us. And one of the greatest things we can do in a community is continue, as we're going to do with the National Day of Prayer, pray for this community and for you leaders as God leads every one of your steps. Thank you again for letting us have this recognition tonight.
Thank you. Our next proclamation is going to be given by Councilmember Aguilera Hernandez on National Public Works Week.
Whereas the City Council of the City of Santa Maria has supported the role of the Public Works and Utilities Department to provide vital services to the community, which are an integral part of the city's residents' everyday lives, and whereas the support of an informed community is vital to the operation of public works, systems, and programs, such that the production and delivery of clean water, wastewater collection and treatment, stormwater collection, treatment, and control, solid waste collection and disposal, streets and highways, public transit, public buildings, and fleet services. And whereas the health, safety, and comfort of the community greatly depends on these facilities and services, and whereas the quality and effectiveness of these services and facilities, as well as their planning and design and construction, are vitally dependent on the efforts and skills of public works officials, and whereas the efficiency of the qualified and dedicated personnel who staff the public works and utilities departments is materially influenced by the residents' attitude and understanding of the performance of the work they perform. And now therefore, Alice Patino, the mayor of the City of Santa Maria, hereby recognizes the week of May 17th through the 23rd, 2026 as National Public Works Week in the City of Santa Maria, and encourage all residents and civic organizations to recognize and contribute public works officials to make every day for better health, safety, and quality of life. In witness here, she sets her hand and had caused the seal of the City of Santa Maria to be affixed hereto this 5th day of May 2026, and to receive this is Brett Fulgoni from Director of Public Works.
Good evening, council members and public and other employees. I just want to sincerely thank each and every one of you for what you do. If those in Public Works could stand up, that would be great. I know Luis is one of our engineers. Oscar, one of our inspectors in the back. And then Omar here is on our asphalt team and does the paving around town, in-house paving. I'm really proud of what these guys do. These guys and gals that are on our team, it's amazing work that they do, and I'm very proud of them. not only in the Public Works Department, but also in Utilities Department and, of course, our Recreation and Parks Department. We consider them Public Works employees as well, and they deserve recognition alongside our actual Public Works staff. Maintaining our fleet, facilities, managing the engineering, constructing all of the wonderful things that, that the city needs to function. So thank you all, and we appreciate what you do.
Thank you. I'll be watching you, Omar. I live off of College.
Thank you for patching all the holes around the town.
Our next proclamation will be Bike Month, and that will be given by Councilmember Maribel Aguilera Hernandez.
Whereas bicycling is an economical, healthy, convenient, and environmentally sustainable mode of transportation, as well as a valuable recreational activity that allows residents and visitors to enjoy Santa Maria's scenic beauty, throughout the month of May, the community will celebrate bicycling through educational programs, community events, organized rides, art, and recreational activities collectively known as Cyclemania. And whereas the City of Santa Maria supports bicycling through coordinated efforts across its departments, including maintaining bicycle infrastructure, ensuring clean and safe lanes, supporting development standards, enforcing safety regulations, maintaining paths and landscaping, providing educational resources, and promoting bicycling programs and events. And whereas fostering a bicycle-friendly community enhances a public health, improves quality of life, supports economic development and student access, and reduces pollution, congestion, and roadway impacts, the City of Santa Maria, Santa Barbara County Association of Governments, Move Santa Barbara County, CalBike, Caltrans 5, the League of American Bicyclists, local schools, businesses, and civic groups will promote bicycling during the month of May in recognition of National Bike Month, recognized locally as Cyclemania. Now therefore, Alice Patino, the mayor of the City of Santa Maria, hereby proclaims May 2016 as Bike Month in the City of Santa Maria and urges all residents to join her in celebrating cycling. In witness here, she sets her hand and has caused the seal of the City of Santa Maria to be affixed hereto this 5th day of May 2026. And to accept this is Peter Williamson.
Happy Cyclemania! Thank you, council members. My name is Peter, and on behalf of the Santa Barbara County Association of Governments, SBCAG, who coordinates Bike Month for the region, I'm honored to accept this proclamation with my fellow bicyclists. Each year, the City of Santa Maria becomes more deeply involved in Bike Month, and this year marks the strongest level of participation yet. We're especially grateful for the city's leadership in expanding Ride with the Ranger by partnering with SMART and Public Works to add Bicicleta, creating more exciting reasons to bike. Let's also recognize the Santa Maria Library for hosting Stay Alert, Don't Get Hurt, which helps riders build the confidence and awareness. SMART is also part of the Bike to Bus and Ride Free promotion throughout May. Put your bike on the rack and ride free, helping you go farther to the other side of Santa Maria, to Orchid, to Solvang, or maybe to Santa Barbara on the Clean Air Express, again free during Cyclemania. Bike Month is about connection, health, and giving people more ways to move. I'm excited to celebrate with you and hope to see you at the city's events, a group bike ride to ice cream, a free bike breakfast, the Elks Parade, or other event on the cyclemania.org calendar. Join in any event and get a chance to win a $2,000 e-bike. A council member or two has been known to join the fun. Hope to see you there. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wheeler, would you like to say something? I know you had a lot of bike runs. Yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you, Councilmember Flores. I'm just happy and proud that we can celebrate Bike Month here. I know our Public Works has a lot more planned in terms of bike paths or multi-use paths, and they've done a tremendous job with adding a few new bike lanes around town that really open up the bicycle network where we can have bicycles and a separate place for bicyclists to ride, and motorists. So we're not mixing it up so much, which is inconveniences motorists and makes bicyclists nervous. So thanks to Public Works and other people trying to make us have a more bicycle-friendly Santa Maria. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wheeler. Appreciate you. For rodeo days, the mayor is on her way, so we're going to go ahead and have the mayor do the presentation to you. She'll be here if you don't mind waiting. She really wanted to do that. So we're doing things a little bit different here tonight until the mayor gets here. The next proclamation is Santa Maria Town Center, and Councilmember Batalla will be presenting that. Oh, sorry. See, I'm just doing things different.
No problem at
Yeah.
all.
I was going to call you eventually. I didn't know when, but I would have.
Thank you so much.
Go ahead. Thanks.
Good evening, council members and public. On behalf of the Santa Maria Chamber, in partnership with the City of Santa Maria, it's my pleasure to present the Santa Maria Town Center as our business of the quarter. Since its establishment in 1976, the Town Center has served us as a cornerstone to our community, acting as a regional destination for shopping, dining, and entertainment. By the way, tomorrow or on Thursday, we'll have a big mixer there. The center is a vital economic engine, providing employment for approximately 350 people across all of its diverse retail partners. More than just a shopping mall, it has evolved into a central gathering place that strengthens our social fabric through regular community engagement, programming, seasonal events, support from both national and local businesses. We're proud to recognize their long-standing dedication to the vitality of Santa Maria. Joining us tonight to accept the certificate is General Manager Sylvia Palacios.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you to the City of Santa Maria, the council members, the chamber, and the community for this recognition. As he mentioned, we will be celebrating 50 years as being part of this community on July 1st. We opened July 1st, 1976. So thank you for the recognition, and we appreciate the community support. Thank you.
I'm honored to recognize Fusion Colors Auto Body Repair as a business of the quarter. Founded in 2010 by Marcos Limon, the business is a remarkable story of local growth and entrepreneurial spirit. Starting with just a single unit and one office, Fusion Colors has expanded into a state-of-the-art 5-unit facility that employs 10 people. They have remained at the forefront of their industry by investing in innovation, such as heated spray booths that drastically reduce drying times, advanced diagnostic systems to ensure modern vehicle safety, and beyond their technical expertise, Fusion Colors is a dedicated community partner, sponsoring numerous youth sports programs and even helping the Santa Maria Police Council restore a historic Chevy. Please join me in congratulating the owner, Marcos Limon, as he comes forward to accept the recognition. That's all right, no problem.
I have to move this. Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for all this. I really appreciate this. This means a lot for me and my group here in town. So we're still waiting for all the support and see you soon. Sorry, I'm so nervous. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to proclaim rodeo days in Santa Maria. Whereas the time is fast approaching for the 83rd Annual Elks Rodeo and Parade, May 27th through May 31st, 2026 in the city of Santa Maria. considered by many to be the event of the year. And whereas, continuing the tradition of Clarence Minetti and Leland Butch Seamus, hundreds of loyal Elk Lodge 1538 members have volunteered and have been drafted to make this rodeo a tremendous success and to cause the Elks Lodge 1538 to be named #1 Elks Lodge in the United States numerous times over the last 37 years. And whereas the Santa Maria Elks Rodeo Parade will begin at 10 o'clock on Saturday, May 30th, and continue down Broadway from Mill to Enos Street. Immediately after the parade, the street fair will begin at 1321 South Broadway. And whereas it has been a long-standing tradition to begin wearing Western clothes several weeks prior to Elks Rodeo. Now therefore, I, Alice Patino, Mayor of the City of Santa Maria, hereby proclaim May 27th through May 31st as Go Rodeo Days in the City of Santa Maria, and encourage all residents and businesses to enter the rodeo spirit by wearing Western attire. And witness thereof, I have hereto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Santa Maria to be affixed this 5th day of May 2026. And here to receive it are members of the Elks Club.
Wow, we are so honored. My name is Eva Guzman, and I'm representing the Elks Lodge. I've got J.R. Gonzalez. He's one of our officers. Danelle Shank, she's one of our officers. And we're here representing the Santa Maria Elks Lodge, Santa Maria Rodeo and Parade. And we are, just like Miss Mayor, Miss Patino, thank you so much, and all city council members that agreed to make this a proclamation. We are honored. We want to remind you that it is the 83rd annual rodeo, and so please partake in this event. It's a tradition, it's a family tradition. I know a lot of generations that have been attending this rodeo, this parade, so let's make it even more so. Let's teach our kids, our grandkids, that what Santa Maria is about and what our traditions will remain and will continue moving forward. We appreciate that. Thank you so much.
And now it gives me great pleasure for the certificate of the appointment to our new council member, Bataya. And City Clerk, do I read this or do you read this? Okay. Well, you go ahead and read it because it says I, Donna Schwartz. Okay. She's going to read it to you and you'll go get it.
Certificate of Appointment, State of California, County of Santa Barbara. I, Donna Schwartz, CMC, Chief Deputy City Clerk of the City of Santa Maria, State of California, do hereby certify that at a regular City Council meeting held in Sid City the 7th day of April 2026, Richard Bataya was appointed to the office of Councilmember District 1 for the term effective the date of the certificate through the November 3rd, 2026 special municipal election and thereafter until the newly elected member is seated. And in witness thereof, I have hereunto affixed my hand and official seal this 7th day of April 2026. Well, it would have been April.
And at this time, I'd like to move up the public hearing item 13A regarding the Santa Maria 2045 general plan. Boy, that sounds like a long way away, 2045. Yeah. Director of Community Development, Shannon Dow, will present the staff report.
Mayor Patino, City Council members, the Community Development Department, and the many other departments that have touched this over the last 6 years are very excited to present to you tonight the 2045 General Plan for the city. To give a little bit of background, the role of the general plan is to establish a land use map, which designates what is allowed and where, create a policy document that informs land use decisions, conduct an environmental impact report, which evaluates impact on existing environment and is not project specific, and provide an adaptable roadmap for future growth. The general plan does not replace more frequent and specific studies, as with the ones that are done on a regular basis across all the departments for the city, dictate all city decisions through 2045. Of course, we do not have a crystal ball, and attempt to predict all possible scenarios. So it is our best foot forward as far as what we assume will happen in the future, but it cannot capture everything. Within the planning hierarchy, there are a number of elements that we take into account. The general plan comes in just below state statutes and regional plans. And then as we get into more detail about land use decisions, we have area plans and specific plans, our zoning code and subdivision ordinances, and then of course individual development reviews. So those will look very specifically at each individual project, their appropriateness in a certain part of the city, and their environmental impact. This is where we are in the general plan update process. Again, this was started in 2020, and we are now concluding it with review and adoption. There has been a significant amount of public input throughout that time. We began with existing conditions reports in 2020. In 2021, we moved on to establishing the vision and guiding principles, which were shaped by a number of workshops, surveys, and other public input. And we then moved on to land use alternatives and analysis. So there were different options examined for whether or not annexation should be contemplated for our future growth. Following this, the City Council and Planning Commission selected an option for those land use scenarios, and that included some annexations. So that study was done, and water and wastewater systems preliminary assessment was performed. An analysis was done for Highway 101. In 2025, the policy frameworks were drafted, and we had a public review period in early 2025. And later in the year, we had the public draft general plan, EIR public review, multiple joint study sessions with the Planning Commission and City Council, and in 2026, we have had 2 Planning Commission public hearings. There's been, again, a significant amount of community engagement throughout this process, from key stakeholders, developers, business owners, Santa Maria residents, various organizations. There have been 8 community workshops, 13 technical advisory committee meetings, 4 online surveys. This is our 5th of city council meetings, 8 planning commission meetings, 2 joint meetings with planning commission and city council, dozens of stakeholder interviews and one-on-one meetings, thousands of comments reviewed and addressed. I can't emphasize this enough. So as we go through an EIR in particular, we have an obligation to review and address every single comment that was made. And we have a very engaged public that was generous in providing comments and helping shape this to be the best plan it could be. Every single one of those comments was carefully reviewed by our staff, by our consultant staff, to look at the appropriateness for the city over the long term. We incorporated everything we could, and we believe we have the best document it can be today. General plan elements, we have 9 of these. It looks like we cut off one with public facilities. And land use, circulation, conservation and open space, noise, safety, health and environmental justice, rec and parks, and economic development. So the plan intends to establish policies around all of these concepts. Rather than dive deep into each one of them, there are a few threads that are common throughout all of them. We aim to establish vibrant and connected places. So this includes things like a walkable downtown, active mixed-use corridors, a mobility network for all ages, abilities, and transit modes. A sustainable and resilient city. This aims to protect natural resources, open space and working lands, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, building climate resilience into infrastructure and land use. Next, we have safe, healthy, and equitable communities, investing equitably in public safety, housing, parks, and healthcare access, as well as environmental justice for all residents. A thriving local economy is another key part of the plan. This includes supporting business growth and workforce development, as well as tourism, and leveraging Santa Maria's unique identity and its airport, as well as land use, to strengthen the economic position of our residents and thus the community as a whole. And finally, a well-served and engaged community. Across all of the policy documents, we're looking to maintain and expand quality public facilities and services, foster inclusive community-driven engagement in planning and decision-making. I will do a little focus on the land use element since that is the key purpose of the general plan. It plans for a significant amount of growth, and this is anticipated RHNA numbers for the next 3 regional housing needs allocation cycles. So this includes up to 16,140 units, which could mean up to 58,000 residents and almost 24,000 jobs. As far as how we're planning for that, we do have about 5,600 units in the development pipeline today, and we are also accounting for estimated future ADU growth based on past practice. So we have permitted approximately 2,500 ADUs to date in Santa Maria. The remaining minimum residential growth to plan for is about 9,300 units. So this would include future residential units within the existing city limits, which averages to about 5,500, and within a planned annexation area of 985 acres, and that's about 3,800 units. So you can see on the map there, we have the annexation area highlighted in red. That will be the proposed annexation. There are a few key changes that we made to the land use policy map in order to accommodate this growth. There are 2 new land use designations, Main Street mixed use and Broadway mixed use, which allow for higher densities on these key corridors. This is in addition to the existing downtown specific plan area, which already has no limit on density. Additionally, we've changed our high density residential, which is currently 22 dwelling units per acre, to 30 to allow for more growth in those areas as well. We are also incorporating a single-family residential land use designation to replace the area designated as a commercial and professional office in the Area 9 specific plan, as well as a future Santa Maria Joint Union High School District site located on North Broadway south of Prescott to accommodate future growth. And finally, to accommodate the growth that cannot exist within the city limits, we are looking at a planned annexation of 985 acres as previously referenced. This is the proposed zoning map. We had a number of stakeholder interviews and public input opportunities where people identified new development opportunities through the general plan, so this will update zoning in a number of locations. And again, this is just a very brief list of the stakeholders, technical advisory community members, organizations who participated in our public outreach process. It is challenging to balance both the need for growth with the need for sustainable and resiliency over the long term, and we have done our best to incorporate all of the public input that we have received. There are a couple of outstanding issues I want to highlight that you may hear from the audience. We have complete streets is one question that has occurred throughout the Planning Commission process. This is an attempt to ensure that all modes of travel are accommodated for within our future growth. So we want to ensure that whether you're walking, biking, using a vehicle, that you can travel safely around our community. We would like to retain that standard within the general plan. Additionally, we have our parks acreage per 1,000. So this was set approximately 35 years ago at 5 acres per 1,000. And once again, we would like to retain that to ensure that we have the future parks needs for our residents. Additionally, I think we have a fundamental conflict between some individuals with input who want no growth at all and some who want as much annexation as we can possibly get. So again, we've chosen a balanced approach based on the council's input a couple of years ago with the 985 acre annexation. This represents about a 6% increase in our land area and a substantial opportunity for population growth. So with all that, I would also like to say a huge thank you to the many city staff members who have worked on this throughout the years, the City Council and the Planning Commission for all of their input, the Technical Advisory Committee and everyone on this slide for everything you have done. Together, we have made this the best plan it can be for the future of the city of Santa Maria. And with that, we recommend adoption of the plan.
Any questions of Ms. Dow? Any comments? Did you have a question?
Yes.
Okay.
First, thank you so much for your work on this. It's been a few years since we got started, and so it's really great to be at this point in time. And thank you to everybody who provided comment and participated in this process. My question is more around the annexation and growth piece of the general plan. I for one, deeply value infill as much as possible, and I would preferably would like to prevent sprawl or encroachment into precious ag land. And so, I see here that a large part of residential units that are set to be developed here are going to be within the existing city limits, which I strongly support. And so I'm just curious what specific triggers may be in the general plan that will ensure infill development is prioritized before development in any annexed area is activated.
Absolutely. We do have a significant amount of redevelopment that has occurred and higher densities that have occurred over time within the city limits. So looking at the remaining available developable sites, there simply aren't many left. For example, we recently met with the county to discuss, their letter and their comments on this, and one of the questions was, well, what about this area here? Oh, it was Blossom Ranch, which is, of course, the subject to current development. It is being graded as we speak and will soon be home to about 1,500 new units of housing for our community. Other areas, as you look at the aerial and say, hey, maybe we could develop that, there's a significant amount of land surrounding the airport that looks like it would be easily developable. But that is California tiger salamander habitat, and per an arrangement with Fish and Wildlife for future development of the airport area, that can never be developed. It must be preserved. It can't even be open space that people can use as trails and things like that. It must be solely for that animal. So with those limitations, we have done everything we can to ensure that infill is a good opportunity. So for example, changing the high density residential from 22 units to 30 units per acre, there's a significant gain there. Again, with the 2,500 ADUs that have come in already and projected future growth with similar numbers. We're maximizing existing single-family neighborhoods, and of course the other units that are currently in the pipeline that are planned for those large swaths of land you may still see out there. Generally, if you're driving around town and it looks like there's developable space, it likely has plans for it already. So that's where, with the math that we worked through this process, we have identified that kind of medium Goldilocks approach to an annexation opportunity.
What role will the city council play, or can you elaborate a little bit on the next steps for LAFCO proceedings?
Absolutely. So part of the recommendation tonight will be to direct, I can go back to that language, will be to direct staff to prepare the information for the sphere of influence change. So that can be a dual step process where we first change the sphere of influence, or we can do everything at once where we do the sphere of influence along with the annexation. So LAFCO will actually be reaffirming the existing SOIs on Thursday just as a matter of routine. That's what's on their agenda. And as soon as we're ready with pre-zoning scenarios and all of that information, we can then go forward to LAFCO with an annexation application.
Thank you. As we've been having these discussions, and just based on what I saw in the EIR, there's what we see unavoidable impacts to ag. What specific mitigation measures are going to be in place as we as we consider this?
Yes, I do want to particularly highlight Claire Weinman in the Grower Shipper Association. I believe I saw her here earlier. She has been a huge asset to us in working through this process, and everything from being on our technical advisory committee to holding one-on-one meetings with us to help shape the policy language to ensure that it optimizes as best we can that conflict we see between growth and preserving the agriculture in the future. So this is a balanced approach where we've attempted to create things like buffers. One thing that we heard from Claire is that as time goes on and restrictions get greater on agriculture from the state, they see kind of encroachment on existing uses because they want greater buffers between sensitive receptors, they want additional open space, things like that. So part of the plan for annexation is to make sure all of that is built in so you don't see that increased encroachment over time. And so all of that is baked into the plan at the outset.
Thank you. And then my last question is really around our downtown corridors of Main and Broadway and the mixed-use designation. changes there that will allow for higher density. One of the priorities or one of the goals that the council discussed at the last goal session that we had was really around housing affordability and the challenges that that residents are having to face when it comes to that. And so I'm curious what tools the city may have to ensure that increased density supports with the production of affordable housing units. I know you talked about ADUs and that, and us seeing more of those, but I don't necessarily know how whether or not those are I know that for RHNA purposes, those are considered affordable, but when you look at how much they're actually being rented for, it could easily be debated whether they're affordable or not. And so I'm just really curious as to, what policies or what systems can we have in place to ensure that as we continue to see this redevelopment in our downtown corridors that and just throughout the city, even with annexation, that we have systems, policies in place that ensure affordable housing.
Absolutely. I agree with you. I think affordable is definitely a subjective term. And I think deed restricted is a term that is a little bit more objective in that our income levels, our area median income in Santa Barbara County is so high and rents are so high that as a natural order of things, even affordable housing is high in terms of costs. So we were just looking at a 55% average project that will be coming forth here in the downtown that is affordable. And it's shocking looking at the income levels that would qualify for that so-called affordable housing. So we look at the tools that we have available to the state. We don't, as the city, have our own housing authority. That is a county entity. So we're not directly receiving those different funding sources that might give us a direct avenue to creating funding for a project like that. Some things we are looking at with the community program stuff, I believe Rosie is here, is looking at directly receiving some of those in future. We're currently we're evaluating those opportunities and looking at how we can support things like down payment assistance programs. Currently, we already have a minor home repair program to support existing homeowners. So there are also a lot of state density bonuses and things like that help support affordable housing, and just generally helping things to pencil by increasing those densities. That is a significant boon to developers, because of course the more units that they can put on one piece of land, the more principal diminishing marginal utility we'll see, both for their construction and then of course for the cost for the end user. So those are kind of some affordable by design things that we can do as we look at additional opportunities to get grant funding.
Yeah, and I think that this is also an opportunity for the council to, as we're moving forward with the general plan update, for us to also think about what policies we can enact as a governing body that can support with that. I know that we're one of the few cities in the region that does not have an inclusionary housing ordinance, for instance, or even policies around, I can go on, but I'll just leave it at that I also see a potential here for us to think about how we can not just protect, but also increase affordable housing in our area.
Any other questions? Any other questions, Ms. Flores? Any questions? Ms. Dow, what is the acreage a high school needs to build a high school?
60 acres.
60 acres. And a junior high needs how many acres?
I believe it's 40. Does that sound about right? Yes.
What?
Approximately 40.
40, okay. And an elementary school?
I believe it's 20. Yeah. 20.
20, okay. So right there you have 120 acres.
Mm-hmm.
That's just for one of each.
Right.
And so we need a high school right now.
Right.
Okay, and so we'll need a couple more when we start building out all
Yes.
of this.
Yes.
And so that means probably 2 or 3 junior highs to one high school, and then more elementary schools.
Yes.
And And I wish we did not have to go into ag land at all. And that's the only answer, because we have no place right now in Santa Maria to build one high school.
Correct.
And that's just talking about schools. Then we have the fire stations, we have police, we have parks, open space, commercial, retail, and everything else. And that's really that's a difficult decision for us to make, because none of us here want to go into ag land. But I think it's really important for people to realize we can't just stack and pack people on top of one another in our community and have a healthy community. I know that to do what we need for affordable housing, we have to partner with the People's Self-Help Housing and with the Housing Authority. And that's who has built here before.
Yes.
And I can't remember how many million was the Depot Street Apartments? Do you remember that, Sean? What was that? $38 million. And when that penciled out, that was, I think, $450,000 per unit. And a person could have purchased a house cheaper than $450,000. So you're talking about taxpayer money using for all these millions of affordable housing, that it just seemed like there should be a better answer than spending that kind of money and being able to put people into affordable housing. And it's a struggle, and we continue to have that because at the state level we keep getting these mandates. As you know, I'm not telling you anything you don't know. And when I sit on the Housing Task Force for the League of Cities, we talk about this, and people are all in agreement. It doesn't matter where they come from. They're having a very difficult time in the state of California finding affordable housing for their residents. And we certainly are here because our residents are not that affluent. They can afford those kinds of mortgages. Anyway, I just think it's, I voted for the annexation. I approved the annexation, and I really hate to go into farmland, but these are the choices we have. If we've got 30,000, 40,000 people, we have to figure out where we're going to put them. And not just them, but their kids and the schools, and as I said, the fire station, the parks, and everything else. Any other comments from council? I have 3 people have requests to speak, 3 minutes apiece. Anthony Cocello, followed by Claire Weinman.
Be sure and open the public comment, Mayor.
Pardon?
Open the public.
Yes,
hearing.
open the public comment, yes. Anthony here? Oh. Okay, Claire Weinman, followed by Laurie Tamura.
Good evening.
Ms.
My
Wyman.
name is Claire Wyman. I'm the president of the Grower Shipper Association of Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo counties. We appreciate the council, planning commission, and staff for the opportunity to engage throughout this process, as agriculture is the leading source of income and employment for the city. In making a final determination for adoption and certification by the City Council, we respectfully urge the council to reconsider the merits of 2 specific policy positions consistent with our prior public comments. SOMAC, Simmons & Dunn has provided additional information on these 2 points in our written comment letter submitted on Friday. First is the Area 9 rezone. We remain concerned about the proposed conversion of Area 9 from commercial to unrelated residential use, especially given the industrial zoning of the surrounding areas. We are concerned that residential housing unrelated to nearby industrial and agricultural operations will result in predictable land use conflicts for both residents and neighboring operations and run contrary to many of the great policies outlined in the plan. Next, we do not oppose the proposed annexation of the portion of lands north of Main Street and would have strongly preferred continued consideration of the annexation of Bradley lands. However, we continue to oppose the annexation of the lands parallel to Highway 101 from East Jones Street to Prell Street. The majority is prime ag lands, and if it moves forward, this action would have major negative ramifications, both for the immediate site being converted, as well as the agricultural operations on nearby lands. In its final consideration of a range of alternatives, we urge the City Council to maintain the current zoning in Area 9. We continue to express our support for the infill alternative or a modified hybrid that avoids the conflicts from the proposed annexation of lands parallel to 101, south of East Jones Street. Thank you again for your time, dedication to the public process, and responsiveness to our previous comments. We look forward to continuing to work with the city through adoption and implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Weinman. Lori Tamura.
Good afternoon or evening. Lori Tamura with Urban Planning Concepts. Here tonight to thank you and the Planning Commission and the staff for a long, I'm going to say almost arduous process of preparing documents, listening to the public, going through debate, and coming forward with a plan. As you well know, I didn't agree with everything. I still don't agree with everything. And, but I don't want to hold it up. You know, I really think about this. This is not my plan. It's the future. I just wanted to make it better, and I wanted to make it so that housing was affordable. And I don't know necessarily if this plan will accomplish that. I do like to ask, as you move forward with this plan, I think that there's a big question about what Las Flores is to the city. That ranch, the city has put a lot of money in it, and there's not one word about Las Flores in the general plan or the EIR. And it seems very suspicious that it's not included because so much money has been invested in that property. I would like to request a report to the City Council on what the plan is for Las Flores, separate of the general plan, and get some information about what the game plan is for the future and how much more money is going to be spent out there. I do agree that the 5 acres per 1,000 was adopted 35 years ago, and the city has never required it. It was aspirational. They only ended up doing 2.5 acres per 1,000. So I don't think that the arbitrary raising the bar for future housing, affordable housing, or any type of housing should now have to pay exorbitant developer fees to try to create 800 acres of open space for the future. I am concerned about schools and where they're going to go. I just don't see it unless it's on top of a skyscraper or in somewhere. I just don't see it. Complete streets. My ask is that the complete streets standard be removed for private projects, not the public roads, but private projects. Those should not be held to the same standard. And you've seen all of my comments over the years, and I thank the staff and thank the city for pursuing this effort. So thank you.
Lori, that was great. I think that's a one-time happening, right? 3 minutes?
I could keep going.
No, you did great tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is Anthony Cocello here? I didn't see him. Okay. Ms. Dow, can I ask you about the difference then on the private streets for having complete streets versus the public streets?
Yes, so we are required by state law to have complete streets on public streets, so that is a given. We believe, both Public Works and Community Development believe that the best practice is to have complete streets everywhere. That is actually one thing that we do hear from the existing residents of projects that do not have complete streets, that, hey, where can I push my baby stroller safely? There's no sidewalk here, things like that. So what we would look to do is integrate creative opportunities into new developments that would establish trails, establish opportunities for people to move safely through the development, get to those bigger streets, again, whether they're walking, biking, or in a vehicle. And those do not necessarily have to be extraordinarily expensive. We're not thinking every time you're going to have very wide streets with parking on both sides and curb gutter sidewalk. It doesn't have to look like that. And additionally, I would note that the language in the policy is very flexible in that we have this existing policy today, and there are projects that were allowed to be built without it because either the economics, the space just didn't work. So we were able to have that flexibility. But it is an ideal, it is a best practice, and we do believe it is appropriate to keep it in the plan.
So you're saying with different developments, and I can see how it would work well with some developments and not work well with others. It would be a
Yes.
negotiable item?
Yes.
Madam Mayor, can I have a closed public comment if we're done public comment?
Oh, okay. Yes, I'm sorry, closed public comment then.
And then just so that I can announce, we have 2 written comments from Laurie Tamura and Kelly Tabor.
Thank you. Okay. So it would be a negotiable item then for
Yes,
people?
it is currently, and you can see that in some of the projects that have been built, and we continue to have that flexibility in the language.
Would that flexibility, can that be written into that then?
Yes, it is there now.
It is there now? Okay.
Yes.
Good. Any other questions? Okay, we have 4 recommendations. Do I hear any motions? Any other discussion at all? Okay.
Yes, Madam
Ms.
Mayor,
Soto?
I do want to just, reiterate my gratitude to the team who worked on this. It was a long process, and I am honored to have been part of it. And so thank you all for your hard work. I will say that there are pieces of the general plan that I'm not a huge fan of, and those pertain to the planned annexation. But overall, I think that I want to see us move forward, and so. With that being said, I so move.
Thank you. Do I have a second? And under discussion, I would also, like to say thank you, but it's been, 5.5 years?
Yes, and I have to give credit to Dana Eady for being the project manager throughout. She has seen it from start to finish, so this is a big day.
How much money has that 5.5 years of general plan cost the city?
Oh, goodness. So there is a significant consultant cost and EIR cost in particular. I believe we're at 1.4 million? With grants, yes.
Okay, but it's still a lot of money.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Okay, any further discussion? Hearing none?
I do have a question actually about the Los Flores comment. Is it possible to discuss that in this plan or get an amendment?
So the reason it was not included initially is because it is not within the city limits. It is kind of a satellite for the city. It is obviously owned by the city, but is not accessible in terms of a neighborhood park. So as far as counting towards that acreage, it's also not intended to permanently be a park. It was always intended to serve a waste purpose. And so that is why it has not been treated. And I understand that Utilities is exploring all opportunities for solid waste for the future of Santa Maria.
Thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Soto? Mayor Pro Tem Flores?
Aye.
Councilmember Aguilera?
Aye.
Councilmember Batalla?
Aye.
And Mayor Patino?
Aye. Thank you. The next.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dow. The next item on the agenda is a public comment. Madam Clerk, can you please read the criteria for public comment?
Speakers may provide public comments on any matter within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes, maximum 15 minutes for a public comment period. Unless the majority of the council objects, the mayor may provide speakers more or less time to speak. All comments or queries shall be addressed to the council as a body and not to any specific member thereof. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.2A2, the Ralph M. Brown Act, no action or discussion by the City Council shall be undertaken on any item not appearing on the posted agenda, except to briefly provide information, ask for clarification, provide direction to staff, or schedule a matter for a future meeting.
Thank you. We have 4 requests to speak. And I think is Eric Collier here? I think he left. Yeah, I'm sorry, Eric Collier. And I have Eddie Navarro, followed by Gary Hall, followed by Nicole Bryant. Mr. Navarro?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, City Council members, city leaders, and guests. My name is Eddie Navarro. Ernie Corral, Al Ramos, the late Joe Talagan, and I started a group called the Santa Maria Valley Sports History Club, trying to keep the memories of our past sports heroes, men and women, alive. We are here today asking the city for moral support to preserve and designate the following locations as a historical site. Our first request is a location where the Maldonado Center now sits in the name of William B. Ellis, Bill Ellis. Bill Ellis was a local businessman who, along with others, was instrumental in bringing Little League to Santa Maria and Orchid in 1950. In 1952, he founded Middle League Baseball for kids who outgrew Little League. Bill's daughter, Shirley Ellis, married Jim Cobb, whose father was Major League Hall of Famer Ty Cobb. Jim Cobb was the first Middle League All-Star coach in 1953. Shirley and her family have contributed to donate to our veterans through our local Elks. Second is the Elks Field, which was established in 1948 to become home to our Santa Maria Indians, established in 1944, coached by Butch Seamus and Mud Anderson. Our Elks Field, through the Indians, played host to teams like the Kansas City Monarchs of the then Negro League, the Bob Lemon All-Stars, Tokyo Giants, Dodger Rookies, and others, and was home to the Indians' 1982 National Baseball Congress champions. The third location request is Seamus Park Fields. The field on the west side, next to Paul Nelson Pool, now Carl Barbertini Field, is the original Little League baseball field of 1950. Notable names that played in the first year of Little League were Ted Davidson, Bob Williams, Fred Walker, Ernie Corral, Johnny Ventura, Barney Ames, and many others. The field on the east side of Seamus Park, closest to Miller Street, was the site of the 1981 Orchid Express, with Tracy Compton and others winning the 1981 Girls Under 18 Fast Pitch Tournament. We are blessed to still have with us today athletes like Ernie Corral, Johnny Ventura, Bob Williams, Barney Ames, Darrell Eisner, Don Gatewood, Brent Smith, Robin Ventura, James Steels, Brad Dandridge, Doug Bernier, and many others who have played on these fields and can share their stories with our youth. Ernie Corral, who was in the audience today, was on the first 1950 Little League All-Star team coached by Harry Goodchild, and on the first Middle League 1953 All-Star team coached by Jim Cobb. We request that the 3 locations, William Bill Ellis at the Maldonado Center, Elks Field, and Seamus Park Fields, be designated as historical sites. These locations, events, and individuals, as well as our present and future athletes, will forever be part of our Valley sports history for our youth to look up to and try to emulate. I have some information if you'd like to skim through it.
Okay.
If you care to keep it, that's fine. If not, you can get it back to me for future reference. If you don't mind, if you like it. If not, that's okay.
Thank you. Mr. Navarro, I'll give that to Mr. Smitherman. And have you guys gone to the Parks Commission yet with any of this information?
No.
Okay. I'll give this to Mr. Smitherman, and he'll be contacting you. And that's probably, here he is right here. That was a fast contact.
Hey, Dennis. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
I think I'll have some answers for you, though. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Gary Hall. Followed by Nicole Bryant.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, staff, and the citizens of Santa Maria. My name is Gary Hall. I am a resident of Rancho Buena Vista Mobile Estates at 2135 North Railroad Avenue here in Santa Maria, District 1. I want to publicly congratulate our new District 1 council member, Richard Batalla, on his appointment to City Council. I also want to remind you I represent the North Santa Barbara County Manufactured Homeowners Team, or NSBIT. NSBIT's primary goal remains to provide protection to all Santa Maria mobile home residents presently living in an unregulated rental market. Yes, we continue to ask the City of Santa Maria to stand with us in maintaining affordable housing. Affordable mobile home living in Santa Maria is vanishing and all across the state. I have pointed out to you so many times how the 2020 model lease and enforcement agreement, with all their flaws, have proven to be ineffective in protecting homeowner equity and maintaining affordable mobile home housing, which is of course what it was originally intended to do. I have repeatedly reminded you that on June 7th, 2022, nearly 4 years ago, this council passed a motion with the intention of improving the 2020 model lease or replacing it. The City Council has done neither. Now is the time to take action to replace the model lease with a uniform, mandatory, and enforceable mobile home rent stabilization program, much like those of our neighboring city and county jurisdictions. Please, help us find a way to get this on a future meeting's agenda. Santa Maria mobile home seniors also continue to live with the ongoing threat that their senior mobile home park could be converted into an all-age park, as was attempted by the new owners of Del Cielo Senior Mobile Home Park in Orchid. I brought this to the council's attention 20 months ago, and we are patiently waiting for action to prevent similar conversion efforts in Santa Maria. According to the Community Development Department, the draft Senior Mobile Home Park Zoning Overlay Ordinance will soon be presented at a Planning Commission study session. We have heard rumors of the potential sale of senior mobile home parks in Santa Maria. This could bring similar and inappropriate conversion efforts to our city. Please, help expedite this new zoning ordinance activity wherever possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Nicole Bryant.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, distinguished council members. I'd like to extend our warmest welcome to Councilmember Batalla, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Nicole Bryant, and I'm the field representative for SEIU Local 620, who has the privilege of representing the dedicated public servants across this city. We are here tonight because the city has informed us that the structural budget deficit next year in the general fund and Measure U funds requires employee pay concessions. Specifically, SEIU members are being asked to accept a 10% reduction in wages through furloughs and up to a 20% cut to medical contributions. While all other bargaining units are scheduled to receive cost of living increases this July, while no service reductions within the city have been identified, our members are simply being asked to do the same work for significantly less. Behind me tonight, our members are holding signs showing what these proposals would actually cost their families over the next year. Cuts of pay of upwards of $13,000, $14,000, and $15,000 per employee per year. I want to ask you directly, could your household absorb a $15,000 pay cut next year? By the city's own figures, these cuts would save approximately $4.1 million, but would not fully resolve the deficit, all while the audited financials for the fiscal years 2024 and 2025, though legally obligated to be reported, remain unavailable to the union and to the public. SEIU's membership at the City of Santa Maria is unique. Over 70% of our members live here in the city they serve. Their paychecks are spent here at our local businesses and restaurants. They are your constituents living across every council district. Cutting $4.1 million from workers' pay doesn't just hurt your employees, it removes the same amount from your local economy and will lower city revenues proportionally. A city that strives to be an employer of choice doesn't start by balancing its budget on the backs of its lowest paid employees. Our members want to be a part of the solution, but solutions must be transparent, comprehensive, and sustainable. Tonight, we urge you to take concrete, responsible steps. Adopt the common sense reserve policies brought forward at your last meeting. Increase your earning potential on your pension funds with the 115 Trust. Support placing the revenue tax measure on the ballot this evening, allowing the community to weigh in and vote in November. Publish the audited ACFR reports for 2024 and 2025 so workers and voters can trust the city is doing all that it can to right the ship. And require that management leads from the front and shares equally in the burden. Finally, as you approve your city council goals tonight, I ask you to acknowledge who makes those goals possible. SEIU members are the staff in every department optimizing service delivery. SEIU members are your city park rangers, PD, and fire support staff maintaining public safety. SEIU members are your code enforcement officers. SEIU members are the crews maintaining the parks, streets, facilities, and utilities. SEIU members are the teams running your recreation programs for seniors and youth. SEIU members are the professionals who permit and inspect affordable housing. And SEIU members are the very foundation of this city's economic development because SEIU members live and work here. These goals are not achieved without SEIU workers. Thank you for your time and consideration this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Bryant. And I think I'll call Eric Collier again, but I think he has left. Thank you. That concludes public comment period.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I
Ms.
have
Soto.
a question for staff. It's around the comment that Mr. Hall made about the mobile home land zoning ordinance. Can we get a timeline update on that, please?
Yes. Excuse me, the ordinance has been drafted and some preliminary outreach has been done to the affected mobile home parks. And it is scheduled to be on study session, I believe in July, and it would come here shortly thereafter. So.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move to the consent calendar. Does anyone have items they wish to pull for discussion? Okay, if not.
I do, Madam Mayor. I'm sorry.
Yes.
I had a question on 11F1. I know we have a contract with him already for our city, which he does a horrible job. And I'm saying this publicly because I think our city deserves better. But are we adding, my question is, who am I addressing this to? Are we adding this to his remaining contract?
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. J.D. Human was selected through the process to do the districts and special benefit zones. Through the course of the year, there's been special projects assigned, whether it be moth abatement on oak trees, car accidents through medians, Jim Glines Way. Those extra tasks have taken the funds that were allocated towards specific projects. So what we're asking for is this additional funding so we can continue those projects that we had already planned for through the course of this year.
Okay, my question is, were there any offers for any other bids? Or are we just going with him because he's just been doing it for a long time? And I want to let you know he does a horrible job. I live in District 2, and I know Parks and Recs is responsible for some of the cleanup there in my area, but so is he. And I brought this to, the last time when we talked about his contract, I brought this up, and nothing's changed. And we can't just continue to have somebody taking care of our city just because he's been doing it for so long. Sometimes our lens are blocked by what we see. But I drive my city, and I don't know why nobody else sees it, but I do, because I care about what our city looks like. And when we have, like we're getting ready for Western Days, and we're getting ready for the rodeo, the car show, and still things are not cleaned up. I question that, as much money as we pay this contractor to take care of it. Not only him, but our own parks and recs. So my question is, did we not try to see if somebody else could take care of it? Or are we just putting it on with him because we already have him?
Thank you for your comments. We have a 2-year contract with JD Human, and we're halfway through that contract. At the end of this contract, we will go back out for a full request for proposal and look for contractors who can meet the needs of the city within the budget that's allowed. You'll see tonight I'll be presenting another topic, which is our landscape and lighting district and special benefit zones. While the increase is minimal, the expenses have grown exponentially. So we will continue to work with the dollar amounts that we have available to us to make sure that the city looks as best as it can. And I have also met with your constituents and walked the streets with them to look at areas. They are out there with 16 special district staff to cover 383 acres. And the contractor, it's a lot of work, and right now, again, we'll talk about the money in the presentation, but the resources are getting more and more limited.
Thank you.
I didn't know if you'd like to give him, not right now, but later give him some of the specifics so he can specifically tell Mr.
Yeah,
Hume.
I did that
Yeah.
the last time when the contract
Okay.
was up, and I did give it to our former Parks and Rec director, and to avail, nothing was done. So, yeah.
Okay.
I don't mind giving you that information and showing you myself.
Yeah, I drove through 2 districts today. That's part of my job, and Angela Oslin is the assistant director. We do inspections a couple times a week. We meet with constituents who call us regarding specific issues, including things like moths and trees. And today I had dead rats. So yeah, we are making an effort to meet with the public. That's also why we do the assessment that we do every 5 years. Council adopted that last December to really get the input of the public to hear what their priorities are.
I'm curious, what districts did you go to?
District 4 and District 1 today.
Oh, I thought so. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Smither.
Thank you.
Okay, do I have a motion on the consent calendar?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Councilmember Aguilera?
Aye.
Councilmember Soto?
Aye.
Councilmember Bethia?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Flores?
Aye.
Mayor Patino?
Aye. Now we will make appointments to various outside boards, commissions, and committees. Chief Deputy Clerk Donna, can you please read the staff report?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, the report before you tonight is for Mayor to make appointments to fill a City Council vacancy on outside boards, and the City Council to ratify the selections. The resignation of Councilmember Carlos Escobedo on March 3rd, 2026, created vacancies on 4 of the 10 agencies City Council members sit on as representatives. Staff has conferred with Mayor Patino about council member appointments to the various boards, and she has asked that the City Council consider the appointments listed on Attachment A. The 4 agencies currently requiring City Council representation are Central Coast Water Authority, Central Coast Collaborative on Homelessness, Santa Maria Airport Council Informational, and Schools Quarterly Roundtable. I will present each board for appointment. After all have been appointed, the appointments will then be confirmed by the mayor with ratification by the City Council. The first board is Central Coast Water Authority. There's a vacancy as an alternate. Proposed appointment by the mayor is Councilmember Bethia. Central Coast Collaborative on Homelessness, there's a vacancy as an alternate. Proposed appointment, Councilmember Bethia. Santa Maria Airport Council Informational, there's a vacancy as a member. Proposed appointment is Mayor Pro Tem Flores. Schools Quarterly Roundtable, there's a vacancy as a member. Proposed appointment is Councilmember Bethia.
Okay, I support these nominations and make a motion to appoint these nominees.
Second.
And I have a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Mayor Patino?
Yes.
Councilmember Aguilera?
Aye.
Councilmember Bathaya?
Aye.
Councilmember Soto?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Flores?
Aye.
We will now consider making an appointment to the Block Grants Advisory Committee. Chief Deputy City Clerk Donna Schwartz, will you please give the staff report?
Yes. Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, the request before you tonight is to make an appointment to a vacant position on the Block Grants Advisory Committee. I will present the committee for consideration of the appointment and the City Council's ratification. The Block Grants Advisory Committee currently has one vacancy. Staff received one application from Corey Mills for the vacant position previously nominated by Councilmember Aguilera. The appointee will serve an unexpired term ending July 2026. Councilmember Aguilera has the nomination to this committee. Following the nomination, appointment will then be confirmed by the mayor with ratification by the City Council.
Councilmember Aguilera, do you have a nomination?
Yeah, I would like to nominate Corey Mills.
And I accept this nomination and make a motion to appoint the nominee to the Block Grants Advisory Committee. Would anyone like to second the motion?
I'll second.
A motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Yes, Mayor Patino?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Flores?
Aye.
Councilmember Aguilera?
Aye.
Councilmember Bathaya?
Aye.
And Councilmember Soto?
Aye.
We will now move on to the public hearing portion of the agenda, and the next item is the introduction of an ordinance updating solid waste collection rates. Interim Director of Utilities, Michelle Ruiz, will present the staff report. And Mr. Springer may be watching.
I'm certain he is. No pressure. Director Springer is unavailable tonight. He sends his regards to the council. Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council, City staff. My name is Michelle Ruiz, and I'm a staff member in the Utilities Department. We'd like to introduce an ordinance tonight to update solid waste collection rates for the next 4 years. We're going to walk you through our process for how we set rates and talk about what the proposed rates are. At the end of this presentation, which we hope will be brief, we will go ahead and request the mayor to open the public hearing.
If I can just interrupt really quick. I just
Please.
want the public to know that we are on 13 public hearing on the agenda, and we are on 13B.
Thank you, Donna. Well, I want to thank, I have staff in the audience tonight from the Utilities Department also available who supported this 18-month-long effort to get to the cost of service study, and I appreciate them being in the audience tonight. You'll also hear from Josiah Close. He's our consultant we worked with to develop the cost of service study. He'll be at the other dais here shortly, and he'll talk a little bit about their methodology and approach to the project. So let's get started. So tonight what we're going to cover is an overview of our collection services. We're going to talk about the Prop 218 process required by the California Constitution. Josiah is going to talk a little bit about the technical piece of the methodology, which is the rate setting process, why we do it and how we get there. And then we'll show you what the proposed rates are. We'll have a little bit of a comparison to how we compare to our neighbors. And then we'll request to open the public hearing. Staff's recommendation tonight is to approve the rates as proposed in the staff report. So in the Utilities Department, we provide trash, recycling, and organic service through our solid waste division. We have about 19,000 cart customers and about 1,500 dumpster customers citywide. I was asked the question today for the media of Santa Maria's population is so big. Why do we have so few customers? It's really about accounts and service addresses. So while we have a lot of high density areas in Santa Maria, we may have multifamilies, but it's all one service account. Our crews start early. We're out there at 3:30 in the morning, 6 a.m., out there servicing trash, recycling, organics. We do that daily, Monday through Saturday. We have up to 22 of those big blue, beautiful trucks that you see out there that say teaming with you to keep Santa Maria clean. Our team takes a lot of pride in the work they do. And we manage different pickup frequencies during the week depending upon the account. Last year, we collected nearly 71,000 tons of waste from the community. And this is just within Santa Maria city limits. The Solid Waste Division is also responsible for doing the citywide street sweeping. They manage that contract. So California Constitution, we're required to comply with the California Constitution. This is what's known as Prop 218. It's required anytime you're setting or implementing rates or fees that are property related. You've heard the Utilities Department and the Finance Department refer to this legal requirements when we're talking about the enterprise funds. It applies to water, to sewer, to trash. This law sets rules for both designing the rates and walking through the public process. So it begins with a cost of service process. That was that 18-month study that the city completed. And we must design rates that comply with Prop 218. And if we weren't in California, the process would stop there. We would be bringing those rates to council. But because of Prop 218 in California, we are required to conduct a public hearing process that has noticing requirements, the public hearing, and it also has majority protest provisions. So if a majority protest is received, legally, City Council could not adopt the rates. That is not the case for tonight, and we'll ask the clerk's office at the conclusion to give us an update on how many written protests were received for the process. So I mentioned that this has been an 18-month-long process. We started it in in July of 2024, and we just wrapped in December of last year. We engaged HDR consultants through the city's procurement process because they're a leading expert in cost of service studies. It's really important that the consulting firm comes aboard and helps, gives assurance to the city that we are doing defensible cost-based rates. So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and hand the presentation over to Josiah. Josiah, close behind me, and he's going to talk about the revenue requirements, the cost of service, and rate design.
Thanks, Michelle. Good evening. So as mentioned, if you could back up one slide, actually, I'll just talk about the process in general. So we have industry manuals that we look at within utilities that outline this process. It gives us the methodologies and approaches that we can use to identify the costs to provide service, and then distribute those costs to the different customer classes depending on how they utilize the services. And that is our nexus between, that gives us our justification under Prop 218 between what the customers are demanding for service requirements and then the rates that we're charging them. So the three-step process is the revenue requirement. That looks at our total balance or deficiency of funds. We accumulate our operating and capital costs and compare them to our current revenue contribution from all the customer classes, and we project that out over a 5 or 10 year period to look at what rates need to do into the future to make sure we can adjust rates smoothly and steadily over time to accomplish funding those costs. The cost of service, then, again, key within Prop 218 requirements and legal decisions. Case law, we need to justify what we're charging the customers. So in the cost of service, we ask the question why we're incurring the costs, and we'll go through the budget and identify whether that's related to the total volume. So for solid waste collection, that is the majority of costs related to the volume contribution from customers. We also want to look at the size of container or bin that they have, the pickup frequency, and so we assign costs to all those different categories, and then we distribute it to each of the customer classes, the container sizes, based on how they utilize the service. Then the rate design is where we design rates to collect that revenue piece, again, based on the revenue requirement, that total cost, the operations and the capital, to make sure that we're collecting the adequate amount of revenue. And again, that connects to how the customers are demanding service. So as mentioned, we look out over a longer period of time for rate setting. We're looking at a 4-year period. However, we do want to go a little bit longer than that, especially with capital considerations. You'll see in a little bit, the electrification is driving costs within the solid waste collection utility, and so we want to try to anticipate what those costs will be out between that 5 and 10 year period to make sure that we're trying to transition rates to hit them again smoothly and steadily if possible. We want to analyze the solid waste collection utility on a standalone basis, so as an enterprise fund, making sure that those rates support the operations and capital expenses of that specific utility. We're also incorporating prudent financial planning criteria as we look at things such as reserve levels. There is no debt, but if we had debt on the utility, making sure we're not too leveraged. And so we incorporate those considerations as well within our revenue requirement. Again, some highlights on what's driving our rate adjustments, the annual O&M expenses. So we start with our budgeted biennium costs. We escalate those into the future based on historical costs, as well as informed by local indices, nationwide indices for construction materials and those types of things. So we can escalate them into the future, again, trying to adjust rates over time to cover those costs as they increase. We have additional regulations that we have regarding organics, recycling, things like that. We have to incorporate those costs within the rates going into the future. Meeting our targets for reserves. So you'll see in a couple slides what that looks like, but we're targeting 50% on the utility track for water, sewer, as well as the collection solid waste, so that we have a buffer, both cash flow, so for operating expenses, and for capital projects, to make sure we have capital funds available if there's any catastrophic emergencies or things of that nature. So that's an important piece as we look at our rate transition as well. Some key impacts with numbers. Again, the fleet electrification is a significant cost that we're looking at within the next 5 or so years, totaling about $11.5 million, with vehicles being electrical, as well as the infrastructure for charging, maintenance, training, all those sorts of things. So that's a significant cost we have coming on. Processing costs, those are more on the regulatory side. Almost $1 million there that we have to include within the solid waste collections costs. Fleet, we have another $500,000 attributable to that as we replace trucks and things like that. General liability, I'm seeing this in a lot of rate studies that we're working on in the last several years. I mean, it's continuing. It's just those costs of the insurance increasing. So we have another $500,000 that's attributed to that. So this is a summary of our total revenue requirement. The dark blue shaded box is our total costs, both operations and maintenance and capital. And what we do is we compare the current revenue generation, the lighter blue box on the bottom, to that. And then we start to look at what we need to do to rates within that time period to adjust them to cover the costs. So we have the white shaded area as our proposed additional revenue from the rate adjustments. And we are utilizing reserves over this period. It's important to note that there is a little bit of uncertainty related to the electrification costs. So in working with staff, we do anticipate that there could be some savings, whether that be grants, whether it be competition, further development of the technologies. And so those costs are weighted towards the end of this period, and we are confident that they should come in lower than what we're seeing. However, we want to be a little bit conservative, and so we are utilizing reserves to mitigate that risk over time. You can see we have a much larger deficiency if we don't roll forward with those proposed rate revenue adjustments, which would lead to further decrease in that reserve fund balance. And again, due to the compounding nature of how those rate adjustments will work, then that deficiency would get larger, but also to climb out of that deficiency would also become larger as we lose the compounding on any rate adjustment that you would go with. So that's the revenue requirement. Again, the total amount of costs that we need rates to support for the solid waste collections utility. The next component is the cost of service. And this is where we look at why we're incurring the cost to provide service. Again, looking at the big buckets of costs for solid waste collection related to the tonnage or the amount of solid waste that we're collecting, the disposal of that, the cost related to that, the containers and bins. And so all of those we look at proportioning them then between each customer class. So what is driving the costs, each rate that we charge based on Prop 218 as well as the case law. We need to defend that charge, and it needs to be a mathematical calculation based on our assumptions of what those costs are. So the cost of service helps us achieve that. Again, this based on the variables that we have within the cost of service. So looking at the tonnage, the cubic yards, and the weight. Also the bin size. Each one can only carry so much solid waste, right? And so we have those variables that we can put into the cost of service, and we determine what that average unit cost is then to provide that service. And we accumulate those costs within the cost of service to give us our total revenue contribution that we need from each service. So we're maintaining a separate rate by carton service, and we'll see here a summary of the rate design. We did try to make it a little more concise than what we had previously, so making it, there will be a base charge that includes 1 pickup a week. You'll have an extra cart or bin charge, and then if you require additional pickups, that will be another charge. So it's very transparent as far as what the rates are for the customer, and we work through the cost of service to provide those average unit costs. So this table summarizes those proposed rates. Based on the results of the cost of service, there was not a need to increase the 65-gallon, the 95-gallon, and the 2-yard for the first year. And so instead of because we didn't need to do that, those are actually staying flat. And we're incorporating the cost of service adjustments within the rates. And then in years 2, which is 2027-28 through 29-30, those will increase based on that overall rate adjustment need. And so for the majority of customers, there would be no impact that utilize those services for the first year. And then back to Michelle.
So in Santa Maria, we don't set rates based on the market, but we do like to show comparisons to how we stack or measure up with our neighboring cities and entities responsible for waste collection. The first blue bar that you see is what the rate is today. The second blue bar on each size chart is what it'll be 4 years from now. We're comparing our rates against these other agencies to show that the city still remains competitively priced even out 4 years from now. And these assumes the entity's current rates. We know their rates will go up because our costs are going up, and it's likely some already have planned adjustments coming for fees to go up, or once we adopt our rates, then they will too. And so we've shown that for comparison. I did not intend to hit every slide, but just to quickly show you this visual, I'll advance each slide. You can see as the size of bins go up, so 2-yard in the upper left, 3-yard bin at the bottom, even at 4 years out, we are still falling below the price that a lot of our neighboring entities are charging their customers for the same level of service. We also have 3-yard bin, 4-yard bin, so just repeating that theme. And then we also offer a 6-yard bin. Pretty rare, not a lot of customers have that size. And then an 8-yard bin is available only to specific recycle accounts. So we do like to show that. That does conclude our presentation. We'd be happy to receive any comments or questions that you may have. Barring none, we would welcome the opening of the public hearing. A majority protest will be reviewed by the clerk's office. They'll let you know that number and how many valid written protests have been received. But if no majority protests exist, staff recommendation is to adopt the solid waste rates as proposed based on the schedule and timeline so that we can ensure those revenue requirements are met for the enterprise funds. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the council?
Yes.
Ms. Soto?
Thank you for the presentation. Can you speak a little bit to, you both spoke as to the increase of costs for service. Can you talk a little bit about what cost-saving measures you may have tried to implement in the last 2-3 years to help offset those increases?
Certainly. So like other city departments, the Utilities Department has had salary savings as positions were held vacant. That certainly helps our enterprise funds. But uniquely in the Utilities Department, we have regulatory mandates that we're required to fund. That's SB 1383, AB 341, AB 1826. These are regulations from CalRecycle that drive our costs associated with diverting green waste, food waste, mixed blue recyclables, all of those things. So the only tool we have left in our toolbox is the exploration of grant opportunities to help offset some of those costs. Staff do apply for grants as they come up. In the past, we've been more fortunate and received some grants, but we haven't brought a grant award back to this council in some time. It's highly competitive out there. But we'll continue seeking those opportunities to help lower costs for our ratepayers. And importantly, with the recommended rates today, Josiah touched on it, most of our customers won't see any change in year one. So if this recommended rate adjustment is adopted as proposed, there's a year to plan for what that difference or that impact is going to be. For most of our cart customers, so our single-family customers, residents, they either have the 60 or 90 gallon cart. That's going to equate to either under $3 for the 90 to jump from current rates to their first increase in that year. So from year now, next year, when they jump, it's less than $3. Our 60 gallon would be around $4. In the life cycle of this recommended rate increase, the maximum increase they'll see is about $14. So we do aim to keep those costs as low as possible.
But that's still in a span of 4 years.
That's over a 4-year period,
Which is
with no increase in year one.
Right. You talked a little bit about the timeline just now and how in year one, some residents will not see an increase. But I think tied to this is the fleet electrification investment that you mentioned. It's what, over 10 million, 11 million?
Yes, ma'am, 11.5 million estimated.
Can you walk me through that timeline and what would happen if perhaps we delayed that?
So importantly, in this proposed rate cycle, that's a cost driver when we look out at the 10 to 11 year mark of rates. For the purpose of rate modeling, we want to look out at about 10 years, but as you can imagine, it's very difficult to get accurate forecasting that far ahead. What we've done is we've done our best estimate of what that fleet electrification is going to cost if we have to get the vehicles and the infrastructure for charging. But we're also hoping that we can buy some time in not recommending those increases now, because had we done so, coming with that recommendation, the costs would have skyrocketed for our residents. And we don't want to do that. We want to be responsible and have a phased approach. And if we can, delay those costs to when it's imminent. It's still a few years away, so our goal would be to see if the mandates change, if we're not subject to them, or if technology improves. So that would help drive the costs down related to the electrification market. The other thing I would add, and maybe it also dovetails on your first question, is that knowing the fleet electrification requirement was coming, the Utilities Department did work with the Public Works Department and Fleet Division to buy more diesel trucks now before the CARB regulation kicks in and says you can't buy diesel anymore. So we're trying to, while that was a very expensive cost, it's it's less expensive than jumping to fleet electrification today.
Thank you. My other question is just kind of pivoting now around to I think it's the 218 to the
Proposition 218?
Prop 218. Is there any opportunity that exists within that would allow us to implement or put in place measures that could support low-income ratepayers?
Yeah, unfortunately, there's not. Prop 218 is very specific that we cannot charge more than the cost to provide the service. We could decide to charge less, but that would require some kind of subsidy or offset from another revenue source because we have to meet our revenue requirements. An example of that would be the general fund, which we would not recommend.
What have other cities done?
Cities have to comply with Prop 218, and they charge the cost to provide the service.
Okay. Those are all my questions for now.
Thank you for your questions.
Councilmember Flores?
I just have a question. Thank you for your report. What outreach have you done to the community, letting them know that this rate increase is coming? We don't want our community to all of a sudden, look at your bill and then it's up.
Yes, ma'am.
Because
Thank you
you're
for that.
saying it's what, $3?
It would about $3 for a 90-gallon cart customer in 2 years' time, yes. We did outreach. We're required under Prop 218 to do a public noticing process. That's our Prop 218 notice that went out with the utility bills. So we sent notices to over 20,583, I think is the number, to all of our customers with their utility bills in the months of January and February. In addition to that, we held a public workshop in March at Shepherd Hall in the evening to encourage residents to attend. We appreciated the 2 residents who showed up and their engagement. Staff felt really good about that. But we also, in addition to holding the public workshop, which is not required by Prop 218, but we like to do it to make sure the community feels informed and we're transparent about our process, we also posted the information on the city website and advertised in the Santa Maria Times about the rate adjustments as well. We actually received very few phone calls in the Utilities Administration Office. That is unique to a rate increase. I don't know if it's the soft phased approach of not implementing in year 1, but there were very few contacts based on the information we provided.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
How much of that outreach was done in Spanish?
All of it.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
What about Mixteco? We have a big Mixteco population here in Santa Maria.
Yeah, we generally don't do Mixteco translation. It's difficult with the written part, but we're required to do it in the two primary languages in the city, which have been identified as English and Spanish.
I always think it's interesting when I've gone to these unmet transit needs or any of these workshops, there's more staff people than there are residents at those. But,
yes, ma'am.
So how often do those carts get replaced?
Yeah, so some carts have a longer life than others. It depends on a lot of factors. We often get phone calls from residents that say, your truck cracked my can, and we go out and replace that at no charge. So it just varies. We have some old style that have been around for 20 years or so, still out there in the community, and we have others that tend to break more often. It can be driven by a resident's request, or the driver will document it as they're doing the service that it needs replacement.
So this is basically based on it's just costing, we're doing the same service.
Yes,
We're not
ma'am.
changing the days or including
No,
more
ma'am.
days. We're just doing the same
No.
service that is costing us more.
Absolutely. Processing costs are a big driver. Today's significant costs have to do with the processing, with the future fleet needs, and with insurance changes. It's the cost of doing business. Yes, ma'am.
Can you go back to the slide about the residents that they pay in Lompoc and the other cities?
Yes, ma'am. Oh, you got it? This is the 60 and 90 comparison.
So we're paying, there's 4 cities that are paying more than we are?
That would be in 4 years' time.
Okay, but as of right now,
As of right now, it would be everything after the first blue line would be paying more than we are.
so only Oceano, Grover Beach, Oro Grande, and Orchid pay less than we do?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and this is with the increase that will come?
The second bar would reflect our increase. It does not take into consideration their future increases because those are unknown.
Okay. And just so we're clear as to what we're paying for, because it's going to be, you said $3 per 90-gallon increase?
Yeah.
Per
So
cart?
it would be $2.82 increase a month on the 90-gallon cart in year 2 of the recommended 4 years. So not July of 2026, but July of 2027. So $2.82 increase on the 90, $4.22 increase on the 60.
So by 2027, we will all be paying $2.92 more per month?
Yes, ma'am, if you have a
Okay.
90-gallon.
Okay, and then $4.22 more per month
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
in 2029?
And yeah, that would also be in 2027.
2027?
Yep. By the time we get through that 4-year period, I did the math earlier, it was around $14 over the 4 years in increases to our residential or cart customers. Oh, here it is, 1317 over 4 years and 1356 over 4 years, the 60 and the 90 respectively.
Okay. So that's an increase of like $3.50 every year?
Yeah, there's not a percentage necessarily that's attributed to it because the costs escalate a little bit differently year to year, but yes.
Okay, we just want to be clear, because I know that a lot of people are in tight budgets.
Absolutely.
The income is limited, and so we just want to be clear with the constituents that we're talking about $3.50 per year that we would see an increase in all of our bills
Yes, on the carts.
on the carts.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And that's only one size. What size cart is that? Can you clarify?
Yes, so over the 4-year period, that $13.56 increase to what they pay today, that would be on the 90. And that $13.17 increase over the 4 years
60.
on the 60.
Right.
Yes. And 60 is the smallest we have. We often get calls asking for smaller, but our equipment just can't support the smaller size bin.
What about larger bins for ADUs?
Yeah, so the 60 and the 90 is what we are able to offer for our equipment, our automated side loader equipment. We used to have 350-gallon bins. Those were phased out of service. They were an issue for operations, and we had very few customers who were on them. So we're comfortable operationally with the 65 and 95. That supports our inventory as well and our planning for the future.
And the reason why I mention this is because there's a street central where there is a house, an ADU, a junior ADU, and I saw it overflowing.
Yes.
And so are we giving them 2, 3, 90 gallons, or are we able to give larger?
The city, under the municipal code, the Director of Utilities has the authority to impose service limits to meet health and safety requirements. We have invoked that provision of the code in the past. Our process is such that our drivers would be monitoring the property and reporting that it's overflowing. The team internally would attempt to make contact with them to increase service levels voluntarily. If we can't do that, then we do invoke and mandate an increased service level to address the overflowing issue.
But how will you know if
Our,
that's
our
overflowing?
drivers report it. So we use the
Okay.
RouteWare system on board our trucks. That allows our drivers to make comments, to take pictures at services. It's one of the tools we use when a customer calls and says, "You missed my service today." We're able to go to that system and validate what time we were there, if we were there, if we in fact missed it, if the driver skipped the stop for a reason, and documenting overflows, and then also periodically doing audits out in the field or how we address that.
And then once you know that there's an overflow, that's when you can provide additional bins?
Yeah, usually we start with offering an increase in service and see if they go for it. So in the case of a cart customer, it would be to upsize or to increase their quantity of carts, because cart service is only once a week for trash. You can't add additional pickups.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Any
you.
other questions from council?
Yes, is there anything that, how do I frame this? What could, when looking at between, let's say, 2020, between now and 2030, is there anything that could happen in the next year, 2 years that could be a risk and increase and could potentially see an increased cost to service?
There's always the risk, for certain. I think the immediate cost drivers and significant cost drivers we're seeing today are the processing costs. The city does have some limited short-term control over that when we enter into contracts with our processors. So it sets escalation or CPI for those contracts that they can't basically unduly increase it. That would be a significant cost driver that would require us to go back to our rate model, update that information, and see what it does to our revenue requirements and our estimated expenses. So there are always that potential. Now, while our pro forma or rate models look at that 10, 11-year time frame, the reason we only set rates for every 4 years is because that's what we're comfortable with, and we feel like if there are significant changes, we're going to start looking at the cost of service and rate model for solid waste in 2 years. So even though this process is just now concluding and we're setting rates for 4, in 2 years we start looking again. So we'll get an opportunity to come back to council. Likewise, on that fleet electrification item, I know it's a scary number, that 11.5 million. We will be looking at that, and as that changes, giving updates to City Council as well.
I do have a question now that we have technology. Let's say we are using artificial intelligence robots and costs do come down. Is there something written in the ordinance where we would reduce the cost?
I don't believe we have any language that would allow the city to reduce. Part of that is because under the Prop 218 requirement that we can only charge the cost to provide the service. So in theory, if expenses go down, our revenue requirement go down, we can reduce rates for our ratepayers. That seems unlikely based on my 15 years of experience. Costs usually go up.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, I will now open for a public hearing. Are there any requests to speak or written comments?
No, Madam Mayor.
I'll close the public hearing. I'd like to close the public hearing and ask Chief Deputy City Clerk Donna Schwartz to read the official report of the protest received.
The City of Santa Maria has 20,583 ratepayer accounts, from majority protest to exist to the water and sewer rates for 2026 to 2029. 10,293 valid written protests would be required. I have confirmed that at the close of this public hearing this evening, I have received a total of 7 valid written protests. Therefore, no majority protests exist to the solid waste rates for 2026 to 2029.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Ruiz. Have you ever heard of a city that has protests received in that amount?
No, ma'am, I haven't. It's.
You have?
I'm sure City Attorney Watson has, but
Okay.
not in my time.
He is an attorney.
Yes.
protests.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Any further discussion? Do I hear a motion?
So move.
Do I have a second? I'll second. I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Councilmember Aguilera?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Flores?
Aye.
Councilmember Batalla?
Aye.
Councilmember Soto?
Aye.
Mayor Patino?
Aye. The next public hearing will be the adoption of the engineer's report and the intent to levy and collect the 2026-2027 landscape district assessments. The interim director of Recreation and Parks, Dennis Smitherman, will be presenting the staff report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members. Tonight's item is the required annual public hearing for the Recreation and Parks Department Landscape Maintenance District and associated engineers report. This is an annual process that allows the city to continue collecting assessments for the maintenance of landscaping and related improvements within the established districts. These assessments help fund ongoing maintenance projects and other responsibilities, including medians, parkways, public landscape areas, and other district improvements that benefit properties within the assessment areas. As part of this year's process, staff reviewed and updated the assessment roll data files. That work included applying the annual consumer price index adjustment, reviewing new annexations, accounting for lot splits or mergers, and updating assessments where development has moved forward or new units have been added. For this year, the CPI is 3%. Staff also reviewed the engineer's report budget tables. The report updated projected revenues and expenditures, the special assessment amounts, and the city's general benefit contribution. Those figures are used to ensure the assessments amounts are properly calculated, and the report reflects the anticipated cost for the upcoming fiscal year. For this year's report, there are no new areas being added. The work before council is primarily the annual review, update, and approval process necessary to continue assessments for the upcoming fiscal year. The report has gone through staff review, administrative review, and has been reviewed by the city engineer as part of the process before being brought forward to council. Following tonight's public hearing, staff recommends that the council accept the engineer's report and authorize the assessment roll to be finalized and submitted to the county tax assessor for placement on the property tax roll. That concludes my information.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the council for Mr.
Yes.
Smitherman?
Yes. So the assessments are going up, and you said it's 3%?
3% based on CPI. Again, much like utilities, we have to follow the same process and procedure in order to raise rates, other than the CPI.
So this is just an inflation adjustment. It's not a new tax.
Correct.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, I will open up for a public hearing. Are there any requests to speak or written comments?
No, Madam Mayor.
I will close the public hearing. Any further discussion? Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Have a motion, and do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none.
No.
Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Councilmember Soto?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Flores?
Aye.
Councilmember Aguilera?
Aye.
Councilmember Batalla?
Aye.
Mayor Patino?
Aye. Next, we will consider approving the Measure A 5-year program of projects. The Director of Public Works, Brett Fulgoni, will present the staff report.
Good evening, Mayor and council members, members of the public. Tonight we're going to talk about Measure A. And Measure A, what Measure A is, what it funds, and what we plan to do over the next few years. Measure A was a 1/2 cent sales tax approved back in 2008 by a 79% majority in Santa Maria, notably. It's a 30-year program that expires in 2040 and provides over $1 billion for specific transit and transportation purposes countywide over the life of the program. 13.3% of those funds is allocated to special projects, 43.3% to North County program of projects, which is distributed based on population, and 43.3% of the funds are allocated to South County. So our total 5-year allocation for Measure A is over $40 million. 15% of that total dollar figure needs to be spent on bike, pedestrian, ADA, safe routes to school. We call that alternative transportation. So that funding level is about $6 million. I know everybody loves spreadsheets, especially in engineering, but this spreadsheet kind of shows what categories we spend this money on each year and what our fund balance is. We do maintain a fund balance for major projects if need be, or if we want to, speed up road maintenance or speed up, if we get a grant or something like that, it's helpful to have the fund balance. We also use these revenues to pay for some of our staff. And so if we were to enter a recession or something like that, we would have a fund balance within Measure A to help lessen that burden. This is something that I wanted to share. I hadn't shared this in years past with the Measure A, but this is our street list. And so this is actually our in-house street list. That's a new program for us. And the new program is basically in-house paving. We bought a paver 2 years ago with Measure A dollars. And so we have both contracted maintenance and we have in-house maintenance. And so the in-house maintenance is actually our team going out there and doing the work, our employees going out there and doing the work, and these are the streets that they've prioritized, well, that we've prioritized as a group that we're going to do on the local street side. And the figure all the way to the right is our actual cost of the materials to do these streets, which is a fraction of the cost of us contracting this service because we're only buying the materials. We're already paying for the staff. We're not incorporating that, but we are buying the materials with Measure A dollars. And so it's really just an increase in productivity from our staff. Another spreadsheet, this, and I'll bring this back for everybody for consideration, but Mahoney, Black Road, Southside Parkway, Miller, College, Donovan, McCoy, Taylor, Industrial, Fairway, A Street, and Ben Wiley. These are the roads that we've identified that need road maintenance, and this is the order of priority that we plan to work on these roads. Last year, so tonight in the in your
packet.
Yeah, your packet. Thank you. You had SB1, and so SB1 had allocated money to part of this road system. Last year, we actually allocated money to Miller, College, Donovan, and Mahoney. And so now they're up for construction, basically. So we try to allocate money, design the projects, figure out what we're going to do, and then go into construction. So these are the priorities and our estimated costs for doing this work, just for dig outs and overlays. And then we'll follow it up the following year with a chip seal. And I want to show you a new tool that we have to make
Can you go back
decisions.
to the roads?
Sure. Maybe. There we go.
So there's Mahoney Black, but then I see Betaravia. Is that part of it too, in number 2?
So those are limits. So the road name would be from Betaravia to, so Black Road from Betaravia to Windset, basically. There's a water line that we may need to install. We'd go all the way to A Street, but we're not going to A Street yet because there's a water line that needs to be installed there. And so we don't want to spend money before the water line goes in. But those are limits of construction. So you'll see College from Alvin, or from Maine to Alvin, or Miller from Maine to Boone. So those are the segments that we estimate.
So Miller gets fixed from Maine to Alvin.
Yeah, Miller. So Miller, if you look at all the 4 segments that we analyzed,
right,
Miller gets fixed from Stoll all the way to Donovan.
When?
Hopefully fall, winter this year, depending on how quickly we can get everything out.
Do you have the schedule, like the scheduled repairs, as part of this presentation?
I don't.
Okay.
So this is generally what we're going to do within a year or 2. And I say that because we have Mahoney and Black out to bid. That's going to be out to bid this week. However, we're going to be doing an on-call contract. And so we're going to spend time developing an on-call contract. And then with that on-call contract, we essentially write a work task order. And then we have the contractor go out there and do it when we want them to. So that'll be a 2 to 3 year contract. And that's how we did our last pavement program. And so kind of at opportune times, we'll go in and do the work. So it's not as formal as like a bid project like we're doing with Mahoney and Black. The reason we're doing it with Mahoney and Black is because it's production paving. All of it's coming out, all of it's going back in.
Yeah.
The other streets, they're going to be a little bit more, we'll be a little bit more selective about how we pave them
Okay.
to conserve dollars. So.
Okay.
All right. Oh, I want to pull up and show you a tool that we have. Maybe. No pressure. Okay. This is a tool that we have. We have analyzed 100% of our streets. We have an estimated PCI based on this of 80. We were at 68. We still have some truthing to do, but red is bad. Red are bad streets, green are good streets. And this is really what the public sees. This is visually what the public sees. We have a system that analyzes the roads for cracking and what the condition is. And so we did all this work in about 2 weeks with a cell phone on the front of a truck that went back and analyzed the information and then provided us with this report. We'll be able to see how this changes over time as well, which is really exciting. And it was only $10,000, which we used to spend $160,000 for a quarter of our city to do this work, and we never had this map. Another added benefit is we can go into each road segment and press play. We have a video of it. So if we have a natural disaster, we'll have evidence of what that road looked like before that natural disaster for FEMA purposes. But it's also productive for our staff to sit there at their desk and then estimate what our segment contributions will be for construction. So it has kind of a two-sided benefit, and well, a lot of different benefits. But this is the primary tool of how we're now beginning to prioritize roadways. What you'll see is we'll continue to focus on our arterials and collectors, the main roads in town. We'll continue to make sure that those get into good shape, and then we'll move into neighborhoods and do large slurry projects, dig out and slurry projects to preserve that pavement.
I have a question regarding
Yes.
that. How are you selecting the projects?
So the condition, there's primarily traffic. If the road is economically important, has a lot of traffic on it, we tried to prioritize those, like Betaravia, right? Betaravia, Stoll, Blosser, all the roads that we did last year. There's also cost. So if we can afford to treat a segment and treat it with minimal treatment, be it few dig outs, and then hit it with a slurry seal and preserve that road, that's a tenth of the cost than treating a road like Mahoney, where you go into Mahoney, you got to grind out the whole thing and spend $10 to $12 a square foot to fix the road. So we try to do different treatments at opportune times that are the cheapest, like as cheapest as possible. But we do prioritize roads with the most traffic, that serve the most people, that need the less work, so that we can get the segment done. And then we get to the bad ones.
And how are we making sure that the older neighborhoods, like the lower income areas, are getting service? If there's not a lot of traffic
Yeah.
and we don't know how much it's going to cost.
And we will. We're very close to that. And so the goal is that the entire city grid, arterials and collectors, get completed and get 80, 90 PCI. We want them in solid shape. And then from there, the areas that need it, which are primarily those areas, they're red. We're going to go in there and treat those and try to get those to turn green.
The ones that are red?
Yeah. So primarily, like if we were to scroll up into the northwest, you can see a neighborhood here near the high school and Pine Street. Those areas need it too. And so what we'll start to do is look at schools, which we are already doing with our in-house paving program. So the in-house paving program is for our local roadways, and they're already starting to pave segments around schools. You'll see El Camino, parts of El Camino were just done. We're going to do the entire segment of El Camino in front of El Camino School. And so prioritizing usage around schools and important parks and things like that, and then we'll do big slurry projects where you'll see like a quarter of the city be completed. So
I know because we have, say, north of Maine, south of Alvin, around, and west of Railroad. Those neighborhoods are really old, and those streets probably haven't been touched.
yeah, those will be the first ones. So we have a policy that we're developing where we have tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, and tier 4 roads. The tier 1 road would be like a Betaravia. It doesn't have a pothole. If there is a pothole, we call a contractor out, we do a saw cut, we make sure that road stays in good shape. It gets the first dollar, and then so on and so forth. Local roadways, once they get past a certain threshold and they become so deteriorated, you've got to repave it. And that's the in-house paving program. If we can prevent them from getting to that point, even if they're cracked up and they don't look too good, we can hit them with a slurry seal just like we did in the Big 5 parking lot. And if it doesn't have that much traffic on it, we can treat that with a relatively cheap treatment and get it mostly green. And sometimes that's enough to keep it going until we can come back with a bigger treatment.
Well, in particular, Ben Wiley is an example.
Yeah, Ben Wiley was
That's-
on the list that
Yeah,
you
I saw that. That's
Yeah.
why I was asking, how did
Yeah.
you make that decision? Because that one really needs a lot of work. And there's a lot of a lot of
that
streets in
area's
that
around
area
there.
because it's a lot older neighborhoods.
Yeah, and that's what we'll start to do. As we move out of the arterials and collectors, we'll be able to take care of the worst of the worst in neighborhoods that maybe aren't a top priority right now, but we know they're out there. They don't carry a ton of traffic, but we know that it affects neighborhood quality. We know that that's an issue.
Thank you.
So
Any questions?
I
Comments?
think I have another slide or two.
Oh, you do? Oh,
I don't
okay, I'm
think you're
sorry.
done with
I'm
your
sorry.
presentation.
All right, back to me. Okay, so a couple quick photos. This is our in-house paving program. So we have in-house concrete and in-house paving now. This is our new paver. We have a new Super 10 dump truck coming to optimize this paving program. Could be a point in time where we upgrade our paver even to another, new facility or a new type of equipment that we can even do more. So recommendation for this evening, hold a public hearing, take any public input on Measure A local program of projects, and adopt the resolution.
When do you plan to have the public hearing?
Right now.
Right now?
It's right now.
Okay, there's not going to be where you invite a town hall or anything like that?
No, but I would certainly be happy to do that, should the council want me to. Yeah.
I was just thinking you could have one in each district.
Yeah.
I would love, yeah, I'd be happy to oblige.
We can certainly
did that
arrange
for
that.
Councilmember Flores.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I was grocery shopping the other day and this lady she yelled at me. I tell people I get the most complaints about potholes than anything else, but this lady was yelling at me.
I would
About
like,
potholes.
I would like it if she would yell at you how great the city is.
No. That's not what she was saying. I
that
won't
is
even
our
tell
goal.
you the rest of the words she said, but anyway, she was very upset. But I see that she's on the list there to get done pretty soon. So.
You can let her know now.
I didn't get her name. Thank you. Any questions?
Yes.
Go ahead, Ms. Soto.
I know that there was an extensive conversation about the particular streets and how those streets were identified, but what about the sidewalks? Is it the same process?
Yeah, if we do an overlay, it's required by law that we do the sidewalk and do the curb ramps and bring those up to standard. And so that's when we tap into some of that 15% funding. If we don't treat the whole road, there's a threshold in which you cross. So if you're below a certain threshold, you don't need to do ADA. Sometimes we elect to do it anyway because of, could be safe route to school, could be other reasons we decide to do it. There's going to be a lot of concrete work in the next few years. I didn't really touch on that here, but I think we were looking at about $6 million worth of work. We just started construction. We got a grant for a portion of work on Pine Street and Cook Street. So just right over here, that was some additional dollars that we were able to get. It's under construction now. So, yeah.
I think my next question is around, it's somewhat similar, but with the street lighting, I see that in the 5-year spreadsheet that we all love to refer to. I see here street lighting upgrades are going to take place in underlit neighborhoods. Can you share what underlit neighborhoods you have identified?
Yeah, a lot of them are in the 4 square mile, the old parts of town. So we just completed a project over on, not Western, it's right over here, just north of Morrison, north of the high school.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can't remember the name of the street right now, but we've been focusing on neighborhoods that are within the 4 square mile, and we know that they don't have lights, and so we install annually, we try to do a street light project. It can be cumbersome, because you've got to dig up the road, you've got to put in the conduits, you got to do the electrical, you've got to sink the lights in. And so we've been kind of experimenting with solar lights actually, and could allow us to do that work a lot more quickly, hopefully cheaper, and still provide a good product for the neighborhoods. But I could provide some resources on what areas that we're looking to prioritize for that, but it's generally going to be consolidated within the original part of town.
Mm-hmm. Great. Thank you.
Okay, you've showed us the schematic on the streets. Do you have the same thing on the sidewalks?
We completed our GIS layer for sidewalks, so
Okay.
we actually have the ADA transition plan underway. And as part of that is going to include surveys, very, very specific surveys of our sidewalks, and we'll have complete data on sidewalks. We do have curb ramps that have been completed and curb ramps that haven't. I hope to come with an index in what that looks like very soon.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? I will open the public hearing. Are there any requests to speak or written comments?
No, Madam Mayor.
I'll close the public hearing. Okay, bring it back to the council.
I have a question about the 15% alternative transportation requirements.
Sure. Go ahead.
Are we on track to meet the requirements over the next 5 years?
Yeah, there was 1 year where we didn't quite meet the requirement, and that was due to construction timing. But we will absolutely spend that money. We have a big concrete project coming out this year as well, and so we will be spending that money in a very large tranche of construction over the next 2 years.
And do you know which specific bike lane pedestrian projects, safe routes that we're going to focus on in the next 5 years? Do you have that mapped out?
We do, yeah. We have an alternative transportation plan. We have, as part of the grant that you had approved us to apply for earlier today, that that has a lot of different information and data in there, the maps, to really try to connect the city. That's like, if we get that, that's tens of millions of dollars towards the program. Notably, we received an ATP grant that'll be under construction next year. That's about $8 million. That'll go from Blosser, on Fessler, from Blosser to Highway 101, and then again from the college at College all the way to Sway under the highway, all the way to the Sway limit. That will include new bike paths.
Thank you.
A lot of people are excited about that.
Yeah, it's going to be a great project.
I know if you ever go in there and see the whole plan that they have on bike paths, it's very interesting.
Yeah.
The Cyclemania people will be very excited.
I hope so.
Okay, any other further discussion? Do I hear a motion?
I make the motion that we approve.
And a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Councilmember Aguilera?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Flores?
Aye.
Councilmember Bethia?
Aye.
Councilmember Soto?
Aye.
Mayor Patino?
Aye. The next item is regarding the City of Santa Maria workforce vacancies, recruitment, and retention efforts pursuant to AB 2561. Chief Human Resources Officer Graciela Reynoso will present the staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, members of City Council. Tonight I'm presenting on the city's annual workforce vacancy and recruitment report in compliance with Assembly Bill 2561 that basically took effect last year. This is my second presentation before the body to talk about what our vacancies and levels are like and to evaluate our hiring and retention efforts. It's also an opportunity to for our recognized employee organizations to
Ms.
address the
Reynoso,
council.
can you speak into the microphone, please?
I'm sorry. Thank you. Let me try that again. The presentation today is for basically legal compliance for Assembly Bill 2561. We'll also have an opportunity for our recognized employee organizations to address the council following my presentation today. So let's see. Assembly Bill 2561 essentially asks that we present before budget adoption what our staffing and workforce looked like in the previous year or so. It increases employment transparency between public agencies and the public and ensures the public agency operations are appropriately staffed. And again, our bargaining groups can present during the public hearing regarding this item. So. As you'll see in the graph, the city currently, as of January of this year, we have 719.4 FTEs spread out through the departments that are listed here. That is a reflection of action that we took in January to right-size the organization and clear some vacancies to really have a clear view of our staffing needs and staffing, so that staffing could be very clearly defined as we approach our budgetary process. We do have the labor groups that are listed here. We have the Firefighters Union Local 2020. We have a non-represented group, which we call NMAC, Police Officers Association, Public Safety Managers, Service Employees International, SEIU Local 620, and our Santa Maria Police Association of Middle Management. So these are the groups that, if represented, can present before you today. So again, as of December 2025, the city had 741 budgeted full-time equivalent positions across 10 departments. Our overall vacancy rate was 13.3, and no bargaining unit exceeded threshold, which the Assembly bill kind of stipulates of 20%, kind of being a threshold identified as a high vacancy rate. None of our groups approached that amount. So since December, the city has again taken steps to clean up long-term vacant positions to improve position control and budgeting accuracy. And so currently we stand with 719.4 FTEs and 82 current vacancies as of April 17 of 2026. In 2025, we conducted 56 recruitments. We received over 1,600 applications that the Human Resources Department would partner with the operating departments to review and qualify for city employment. And of those recruitments and applications, there were 241 appointments. Of those appointments, 93 were promotional appointments, which is a very healthy rate for transferring within the organization for growth opportunities. For growth opportunities within the organization. To attract and retain talent and a qualified workforce, the city continues to offer a range of incentives, including education pay, hiring incentives for hard-to-fill positions, and relocation assistance. We offer competitive benefits and salary programs, and we also maintain strong partnerships with our departments to ensure that our recruitment processes are aligned with operational needs and that we are meeting the needs of the department and therefore the community with our staffing models. So this is an opportunity for our employee groups to, I believe there are a couple members of our employee groups to address the council with their comments on our workforce staffing models.
All right. Can you hear me? Okay?
Sure.
All right. Well, good evening, Mayor Patino, council and city staff. Special welcome to Councilmember Batia. We look forward to working with you. I guess you never thought Tuesday nights would be so different, a little bit longer. But I appreciate the opportunity to speak before you today and represent Local 2020, over 74 sworn employees that take an oath to protect this city every single day. And I'm thankful for AB 2561 to be able to address our current staffing as well as our future. On behalf of the firefighters, I want to look to council and say thank you. Thank you. In May of 2025, this council made a decision that broke a 10-year trend. You chose to compensate your firefighters fairly. That decision mattered. It signaled a shift not just in pay, but in priorities. And it is how this profession is valued in our community. And we are already seeing results. For the first time in years, we are experiencing stability. Since the implementation of that contract, not a single firefighter has left our department. After years of turnover and lost experience, that kind of retention is not just encouraging, it's transformational. That stability and part of a broader shift with your commitment and under previous and current fire administrations, we have seen real progress and intentional planning moving forward. The department has hired and maintained 2 civilian positions dedicated to training, firefighter safety, and ensuring injured personnel receive care quickly and effectively. That means our firefighters are better prepared and better supported when something goes wrong. An administrative battalion chief position was created to maintain, allowing suppression battalion chiefs to focus on crews, calls, and daily operations. Those operations include more than 50 fire and medical incidents every day, and that level of focus directly improves performance in the field. We have implementing a training captain position, an investment in readiness. When the tones go off, we don't get to choose the call, we just go. That position ensures our firefighters are trained, prepared, and operating at the highest level possible. We have bolstered our fire prevention division, often the unsung heroes of our profession. Their work does not always make headlines, but it prevents them. Through inspections, education, and enforcement, they quietly reduce risk across the entire community. They also investigate fires, including arson, helping hold those responsible accountable, and in some cases, putting criminals behind bars. Their impact is real, even when it is unseen. We've also recognized that firefighter health goes way beyond the physical. The addition of a peer support canine reflects forward thinking and commitment to mental health, because taking care of our people is essential to sustaining workforce long-term. The fire department has implemented comprehensive firefighter physicals, including head-to-toe screenings and blood work designed to detect hidden health risks early. That matters. As a result, members within our department have identified cancer in its early stages, they've begun treatment, and in most cases prevented further spread. Cancer remains the leading cause of firefighter fatalities, accounting for over 80% of the names on the IAFF Fallen Firefighter Memorial. This program, the physicals, is about protecting our people so they can continue to serve the community and return home to their families. And in 2025, Engine 6 was placed into service, adding 3 more firefighters to the daily staffing model. As this community grows, so must the department and commitment. But the foundation for that made this progress possible is the change in mentality from this council and city leadership. You chose to prioritize firefighters through fair compensation and benefits, and because of that, they are staying. That is the difference. It is also important to be clear about what is driving our current staffing shortages. This is not a retention problem. Because of the changes you made, our firefighters are staying. The stability we are seeing proves that. Now, while retention has improved, staffing remains a critical issue. We recognize the 8 suppression vacancies and one-time fund reallocations that have been utilized to assist balancing the budget. Approximately savings of $2.18 million in the general fund and $6.5 million from Measure U in fiscal year 24-25. And we remain committed to being responsible stewards of the resources provided. We want to continue to serve as a collaborating partner alongside council priorities, city staff, and fire administration as we navigate these challenges together. At the same time, our members have absorbed an increased workload as a result of ongoing staffing shortages, creating downstream impacts on operational efficiency, mental and physical health, and overall work-life balance. As presented in the State of the City and the Santa Maria Valley Housing Summit, and even tonight, we know the city is growing, demand is increasing, and we have a clear opportunity to ensure that fire protection grows alongside in a thoughtful and responsible way. The good news is we have already shown that we can accomplish this work together. We have improved retention, we have strengthened the organization, we have made forward-thinking investments. And we can take that same approach to staffing. We recognize the challenges, but we also recognize the progress we have made together and what that means for what is possible moving forward. Working collectively as we have done, we can fill today's vacancies, we can retain the professionals we have invested in, and we can meet the obstacles in front of us, whether they are staffing shortages or budget constraints. There's a lot to be grateful for, and there's a clear path forward because we have already proven that we can accomplish it together. Together, we can ensure that this department is properly staffed, properly supported, and ready to serve the community at the level it deserves. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Again, my name is Nicole Bryant, representing SEIU Local 620 and our general unit employees. And I wish I could say the same, but our members are facing a different reality, as you heard earlier. Tonight's AB 2561 vacancy hearing highlights the importance of transparency in fiscal decision-making. The city has reported 82 funded vacant positions as of April 17, 2026. SEIU Local 620 requested the total value of those vacancies in line with our rights under the Assembly Bill to prepare for this hearing, and that information was not provided. Without knowing the financial value of these vacancies, it is impossible for workers, the public, or this council to fully evaluate the structural deficit or the need for concessions from our members. Using a proportional equation, which is not a test of high validity, but all I can deduce from the information provided, if the 24 funded vacancies eliminated on January 20th, 2026 saved approximately $2.9 million as outlined in Attachment C, Table 2 of that agenda report, then 82 vacancies reported this evening would have a value close to $10 million. Now, Rebecca, don't jump out of your seats. I don't believe that value is accurate. I believe it is overestimated, but without the city's provided financials, that's all we can deduce. AB 2561 was designed to promote openness and accountability. Full disclosure of vacancy savings is essential to meeting this goal. Transparency builds trust, and trust requires complete information. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyway, I needed to open for the public hearing before they spoke, but anyway, that's fine. So I will open and close the public hearing. Be fine. Any other questions, comments?
Is the presentation still going?
That was it, yeah.
Okay.
You have a few more slides? Okay.
Oh, okay.
I'll reserve my comment till after she's done.
Sure. Okay, you can go ahead.
Just my closing comments. I did want to highlight that a major component of our long-term retention strategy is a comprehensive classification and compensation study currently underway. The study will modernize more than 200 job classifications as we work to, again, right-size the organization and make sure that our job classifications fit what our employees are doing and what they articulate the work that they are doing. And also to ensure legal compliance and support competitive compensation and classification practices that reflect both market conditions and the complexity of the work performed by our employees. We do have a very complex workforce. And I think I've mentioned that before. A lot of compliance issues that you've heard a lot about today. So overall, the city remains committed to maintaining a professional and well-qualified workforce that brings a diverse set of experiences to the city. And our ongoing efforts in recruitment, employee development through training programs, employee engagement, and labor relations will continue to support the high level of service our community expects. This does conclude my presentation, and I welcome any questions the council may have.
Okay, questions of council? Ms. Soto?
Yes, yeah, thank you. My questions are stemming from the presentations from one of the bargaining groups, particularly SEIU. Can the budgeted value of those funded of those vacant positions be shared? Do we know what the dollar value, I should say, of those vacant positions are?
We will work to get that information. I think there's different staffing models and different methods that we can do costing. I think part of the difficulty has been changing to a new system and kind of some outdated models that we've had. So,
and how will that figure? How would that be? How will that impact the budget? Like, how will that value ultimately be impacting the budget?
for a budget question like that, I'll defer to Rebecca.
And I'm asking because if we don't have the dollar value of those vacant positions, and yet we're talking about budget and budget cuts, I think that that's a really key piece of information that's needed.
Thank you, Councilmember Soto. Thanks for the questions. So Rebecca Campbell, Director of Finance. We do, for our budget preparation, we do a salary forecast that includes any vacant positions on the books, so we can estimate those positions. I don't have those with you today, but we can do that. And for budget planning, we're going to continue to work with the departments on, it could be vacancies, it could be other budget reductions that we need to take, or it could be revenue options. So we will take those into account.
For the budget discussions?
That's correct.
Okay. And then my other question is around the total number of I believe positions. It seems like there may be a discrepancy or a misunderstanding with the math count of the FTEs. From what I've been told, the math count back in December was 741.6 FTEs, and then we eliminated, or not eliminated, but then, I guess 24 of those were eliminated in January, which equals to about 717.6 remaining, but yet the report that's presented in front of us states 719.4, sorry, it's been a long day, FTEs as of January, with a gap of 1.8 FTEs unaccounted for.
I'll need to go back and check that, and I can work with our HR director on that to make sure our numbers are correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, in plain terms, what does the 98 vacancy gap mean for the services of our residents? Day-to-day, response times, permit processing, code enforcement, park maintenance, library hours?
The vacancies are, have been around for different various amounts of time. So a position may be newly vacant and we're working to recruit it, or it could have been vacant for a significant amount of time as we, talked about clearing vacancies from the last year. Service levels are always very, very carefully measured when deciding to fill a vacancy or to hold it open. So we work with the departments to ensure that operations will be able to continue and to meet the needs of the community as we recruit for these positions.
And do you have a chart as to how our salaries and benefits compare to neighboring jurisdictions like Lompoc, San Luis, Santa Barbara?
The classification and compensation study will provide that to us.
Okay.
And we do have identified comparator agencies within our MOUs. So those agencies that we'll compare to have already been decided. And hopefully the class and comp study should be, like I said, it's well underway and it should be concluding over the next few months.
And do you have a chart that shows which positions have been open for more than a year, 2 years, 3 years?
We can get that information. I don't have it here today, but we do have that information available to us. And part of what was cleared in January were some of the long-term vacancies. So I believe that that has become a more mobile number than it was before. So we're right-sizing and we're clearing up some long-term vacancies.
Okay, if you can provide that, because I think that would be useful for the budget as
Sure.
well. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Any other questions of the council?
Yes, I know that that there for these hearings, there's a trigger, right? A 20% vacancy
Yes.
trigger, and the non-represented management group is right under that trigger. Can you just share a little bit about what how that may be impacting services, or also what could be driving
Sure.
that?
I do want to clarify that the 20% trigger is for represented groups. So for
okay.
unrepresented groups, it doesn't really apply. And again, it's kind of a reckoning within the organization to see what vacancies need to be filled and what does department leadership really believe that needs to be filled immediately versus what can be held on to for a little bit. The management group includes, so that would be NMAC. Which would include your administrative leaders, your business leaders, your management group, and your confidential tax. Those are positions where some of the work has been absorbed, and we are looking at vacancies and when the department deems that it's necessary to move forward and we're able to move forward with the recruitment, we're pretty agile in getting that going.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Ms. Flores?
And what departments would need the vacancies to be filled? Would it be fire? Would it be the police? How would you guys determine that?
We partner with department leadership
Okay.
because they best know their operations. And, there's a lot of moving parts, so we're taking into account some of the budgetary constraints. We're taking into account what is some long-term planning. And we partner to open recruitments as we talk with the city manager and decide when the position is needed to move forward with.
So say in the fire department, they needed, say, battalion chief, and that position hasn't been filled. Would we fill that with our men that's there?
We would conduct a recruitment, yes.
Okay,
So
but
per
we would
municip-
do that, right?
Yes.
We wouldn't eliminate that position?
We would not eliminate a position without discussing prior.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions of the council? No. If not, this report has been received and filed. Thank you. Thank you very much. The next item is a tax and equity fiscal responsibility hearing regarding the Perlman Apartments. Director of Finance, Rebecca Campbell, will present the staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, council members. Again, Rebecca Campbell, Director of Finance. I'm here tonight to open up a Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act, or TEFRA hearing. A TEFRA hearing is a requirement under the IRS for nonprofit borrowers that intend to issue tax-exempt bonds for a conduit issuer such as the California Municipal Finance Authority, also known as CMFA. The TEFRA hearing provides a time and a place and a forum for folks to come and comment on the exempt bond proceeds for the project and the capital needs. The TEFRA notice has to go out at least 7 days before the hearing, and for this project, it was noticed on April 22nd of 2026. In this case, the borrower is Danco Communities, a nonprofit organization, and they're requesting that CMFA issue the debt and serve as the municipal issuer of the tax-exempt bonds in aggregate of principal in the amount not to exceed $35 million for the project. The project consists of construction, improvements, and acquisition of a 150-unit multifamily rental affordable housing project that's located on 100 North Broadway in Santa Maria. It's also known as the Perlman Project. A little bit about CMFA. Santa Maria is a member of CMFA, which is a joint powers authority that was established in 2004. They were set up to promote economic, cultural, and community development throughout the state of California. CMFA includes 350 municipalities. CMFA was formed to assist local governments, nonprofit organizations, and businesses in the issuance of tax-exempt bonds aimed at improving the standard of living in California. The bonds to be issued by CMFA for the project will be the sole responsibility of the borrower, and the city will have no financial, legal, or moral obligation to those bonds, no liability. Participation by the city in the CMFA will not impact the city's appropriation limits and will not constitute any type of indebtedness by the city. The bonds are payable solely by the revenues derived by the borrower and the applicable project. And the city is not obligated to the debt payment. The board of directors of the CMFA for Stronger Communities, it's also a nonprofit foundation. They act as the board of directors for CMFA, and they share a small portion of the fees with the city. And I also have a representative here that sat through the whole evening to be here. Anthony Stubbs is here from CMFA if there are any questions that come up about the bond or the deal. Thank you.
That's it. That's it.
That's it.
Thank you very much. Okay. Any questions from the council? Thank you for sitting through our meeting. Yeah. Okay. I will open up the public hearing. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak or written comments?
There is none, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I will close the public hearing. So I bring this back to the council. Do I have a motion? Oh, go ahead.
Get some, Mr. Danco to come up here.
Oh.
Hello. I wanted to explore, a lot of us don't know Danco, and I wanted to ask, what is Danco? What other projects have you built in California, and how have those projects performed, if you can provide some background?
To point of clarification, I'm with the California Municipal Finance Authority.
Oh, okay.
We're the issuer of the bonds. However, we've worked with Danco on, we've closed about 10 to 15 projects with Danco throughout California, mostly the very northern part of California, Eureka. I can't think of all the places off the top of my head, but great organization to work with, providing affordable housing to many Californians. So we've never had any reports on any of the projects that we've done with them in any type of negative fashion. So.
Okay. That's good to hear. Thank you. Now, you said you're here with,
California Municipal Finance Authority.
and you want to explain to the,
Yeah, so we're a joint powers authority, as explained. We will be the issuer of the tax exempt and taxable bonds on this project.
okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Any questions, comments?
Nope.
No.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion, a second. No further discussion? Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Councilmember Soto?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Flores?
Aye.
Councilmember Batalla?
Aye.
Councilmember Aguilar?
Aye.
And Mayor Patino.
Aye. Next is a regular business item regarding amendments to Chapters 8 of the Santa Maria Municipal Code. Deputy Director of Utilities, Josh Reynolds, will provide us with the report.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. Josh Reynolds, Deputy Director. I want to talk to you a little bit about the cross-connection control plan. And we'll start real quick here with what we want to do is introduce an ordinance to amend Title 8. And that ordinance, the main changes there are to really allow the utilities director the power to develop and enforce the cross-connection control plan. So we'll talk a little bit about what that is. What is a cross-connection control plan? We'll talk about why I'm here today presenting the new cross-connection control plan. And we'll work through what it means to the community over time. So really, we're here to talk about this cross-connection control plan. It's such a mouthful. Because the state adopted new regulations around cross-connection control programs. And you can see these words keep coming forward, right? So the state of California adopted a cross-connection control policy handbook, which sets forward that we have to maintain a cross-connection control program, elements of which include a cross-connection control plan. I hope you've got all of that. I'll do my best to explain it as we move through this little presentation. The important part here is that the cross-connection control policy handbook repealed sections of Title 17 of the California Code. So that requires us to make changes to our municipal code, which references that pretty heavily. And so we're going to want to get our ordinance in line with state requirements. That's really the driving force here. So the main parts of the cross-connection control program are threefold. The program says you have to have the legal authority to implement this program, hence the revisions or amendments to Title 8 of the Municipal Code. It says you have to have a designated program coordinator. We already have that in place with our regulatory compliance specialist that meets the certification requirements. And we have to prepare a cross-connection control plan that is state approved and meets the requirements as outlined in the cross-connection control policy handbook. It's been a year for me to get all of this right. So I'm going to back up a little bit because I've said cross-connection or cross-connection control a dozen times or more. So what is a cross-connection? Well, a cross-connection is a connection between our potable water system, our drinking water system, the public system, and any non-potable water system. So, for example, it might be an irrigation or a fire sprinkler system or some kind of an industrial process that's past the meter on a private property. What we don't want is that water that's once it's gone through the meter and gone on a private property, we don't want that coming back into the drinking water system. That would be a backflow event. And so a backflow is a reversal of flow, typically due to a change in pressure. So a main break or something like that could result in a drop in pressure. Water on that non-potable system could come back into the potable system. That's not something we want, and so the cross-connection control plan is designed to prevent this from happening. So the cross-connection control plan that we've prepared and was attached to the report is what the city is going to do to prevent, and not just prevent cross-connections, but also to go out and discover cross-connections. So that's a big part of it, is getting out there and finding these cross-connections if they already exist, and preventing the creation of new cross-connections over time. And ultimately, what we want to do is protect the drinking water system from a backflow event. So here's that word again, cross-connection, right? It's the foundation of the cross-connection control plan. We want to prevent the potential for backflow of non-potable water into the potable water system. Control. So these are the main elements of the cross-connection control plan. The enabling ordinance that we're talking about here with amendments Title 8. Enforcement, also through Title 8. We're going to establish, and really we already have testing standards established. We're going to update those to meet the new policy handbook and state laws. And then make sure we've updated our backflow protection assembly standards. And you can kind of see a photo of that there. But and then we have the plan. The plan is how are we going to assess the hazards? What's the schedule? How's it going to roll out? How are we going to take records that we did the work we need to do, notice the public and individual parties that they need to test or maintain a backflow device, and do some outreach to the public. And ultimately, the cross-connection control plan really protects public health, and that's what we're setting out to do here. So the municipal code revisions, the main changes to the municipal code is really it's simplifying out. So the current code, Chapter 810A, is our cross-connection control plan right now. What we're going to do is pull a lot of the technical detail out of that ordinance. It goes into the cross-connection control plan. The ordinance becomes enabling and enforcement language primarily to give the utilities director the power to amend, adopt, and enforce the cross-connection control plan. Ultimately, what we want to do is ensure compliance with the state handbook and the requirements that the state has laid out. And so our approach to this is that what we want to do is be flexible. We want to make sure that we are not putting anything too tight in stone to deal with changing technology or changing needs of the community over time. It needs to be updatable so that we can keep it up to date with changing state guidelines. We want to be consistent with what we're currently doing. We don't want to reinvent the wheel here, but we do need to bring it up to date to meet the new policy handbook or state requirements. And finally, we want to make sure it's practical. So one of the ways that we're trying to make this practical is through mitigating some of the impacts to the community or potential impacts. One of those is by doing our hazard assessments over time and not trying to get them done in a short period. We've also looked at updating, and we've been working with Fire Department, Public Works, to update our engineering standards to make sure we're reducing and managing future costs to homes when they're built. Because one of the big follow-ons from the new policy handbook is that residential single-family homes with fire sprinkler systems will now need to have a backflow protection assembly of some kind. And so that's a new requirement, and it's backwards looking. So homes that are out there right now with fire sprinklers may need to add a backflow device, to a backflow protection assembly to their connection. So right now, we figure there's about 1,500 homes that were built since January, I think, of 2011, that may require backflow devices because they have existing fire sprinkler systems. We have until July 2034 for those properties to comply, and we've changed our city standards to reduce the need for that in the future. So homes being built now-ish would be putting in a looped system so that they would not need to put in a backflow protection device. So for implementation, this is the first reading. With adoption of the ordinance and that going into effect, that finalizes our state compliance requirements. We're doing hazard assessments as new development comes online right now. And in July, we'll start doing hazard assessments looking at the higher hazard commercial industrial users as well as the residential sprinkler systems. And then we'll continue our record-keeping effort, ongoing annual inspections of the backflow protection assemblies, and maintaining notifications to the community and the users. With that, I'm available for any questions you might have.
Any questions, the council?
I do.
Ms. Soto?
You talked, when you were talking about the mitigation piece and through this having some homes put in a system to prevent backflow. Is that going to be on the homeowner, or is the city going to upfront the cost?
Yeah, that's on the homeowner's responsibility to maintain, to install, and maintain and test the backflow protection assembly on an annual basis.
So are we going to notify the homeowners that we think should be testing?
So some homeowners have backflow protection assemblies on them now. I think all of our commercial and industrial customers have some kind of a backflow protection assembly in place now. We have an annual testing program in place where a certified tester goes out and tests the backflow assembly. I've kind of got, right, there's one in the photo here. There's a couple other examples there of what they look like. There's ports there that you can test the pressure drop across there and make sure they're sealing properly. That these are private property. They're the responsibility of the business owner, homeowner, whoever owns or maintains that premise.
And how much does that cost?
It varies based on size, right? So a small one like this is like an inch and a half, might be several $100s to install. And to test it might be $50 to $100, $200 a year to test. I'm not sure where that's going to settle out on the annual testing cost. It's that annual testing cost that's really been driving me to work internally to make changes to our standards to not continue to put out backflow protection assemblies, but instead to loop the fire sprinkler system internal to the home, build it out of drinking water approved piping, and then have it drain or slowly be able to leak to like a toilet fixture or something so that water is always moving through there. Those changes prevent the need to put this on that house then, right? So they don't need to do that. And we were really working to make sure we didn't put that burden on homes going forward with the change in the standards.
Are there any grants that are available to cities so that they can support residents pay for this?
I'm not sure. We need to look at that. Again, it gets challenging with it being private property, right? And so I know that there are conservation opportunities, other things where there is the opportunity to do that. I'm not sure specific to this and how that would roll out.
So is this for like new, you probably, I know you already answered
it's
this
all
in
right.
one way, but is this more for like newer homes, older homes, or is it just based on the amount of pressure? I think you said this, the amount of pressure that the pipes are experiencing, but like what causes that added pressure?
Yeah, so the single family home issue is, so before the new policy handbook rolled out, single family, they were not classifying, the state was not classifying residential fire sprinkler systems as a high hazard, right? So they did not require a backflow protection assembly. I'm gonna say that, it's like to protect the drinking water system from the fire sprinkler system. And so the concern there is that a fire sprinkler system can get stagnant. It can sit with water for a long time, and that stagnant water could potentially bring bacteria. If you had a drop in pressure in a backflow event, that water could go into the main pipes, right? That's a lot of coulds, maybes stacked on top of each other there. So I think it's a low risk event, but it is classified now as a high risk or potential high risk or potential hazard, requiring mitigation, requiring a backflow device. What we're seeing is the fire sprinkler system, the fire sprinkler requirements really rolled out, I want to say in 2011. And so homes built since then are likely to need some kind of a backflow device.
That's my home.
We won't know until we do a hazard assessment and look at those houses and see where they're at, see how they were built,
Oh, wow.
what happened there.
And
Thanks
then you're
for the
gonna
heads
have,
up.
then you're gonna have to have somebody check the backflows every year,
Every year.
as they do commercially?
Yes, they do with yes, exactly. Yeah, and we're trying to we've been working on the standards to get it so that we can put that backflow device up against the house or near where the fire sprinkler riser is, instead of putting it out at the street or at the curb and gutter where it's a nuisance, right? It gets damaged, stolen, broken. We want to be able to put them in a secure location, and so we've been working through the standards to make sure we can do something like that too.
So would homeowners just call the city and be like, hey, we need this installed, and then you add it to our bill?
That's not currently the intent, but I would assume that we would have a list of, I mean, we don't want to endorse, right, a plumber or other business, so we may be able to keep a list to refer people to. But it would be done by private property, and we would inspect the installation, and then we have a software package that monitors. So all of the people that test backflow devices, they have to register with us. They have logins to this system. The notification goes to the property owner and CCs them if they're, already hired by the property owner. They do the test, they submit everything through the portal, online portal to us. We review that work, and then it comes up again a year from now.
Dang.
Any other questions?
Yeah, so am I reading it correctly? It's a 45-year rollout?
Uh-huh.
So non-residential by 2031,
Correct,
higher risk residential by 2034,
correct.
and all the remaining residential by 2071.
500 a year.
How will we roll this out to communicate to the public? Because that's a lot.
And that's the 2034 date is the first date, right? That's the group where we're going to be looking at fire sprinklered homes, right? So that we can get that group targeted earlier. We thankfully have communication capability through our billing software. And so we keep those working together. They're in the same software package, our water metering, billing, and our backflow device. So we can link those accounts. We can provide notifications through that portal, and we maintain that database over time.
And you may have covered this in the presentation, but what is the cost of the annual test?
It
$200?
varies. I want to say it can be $100, $150. That's for the larger ones. But the problem is they often get damaged. So you not only do you have to do an inspection and a test on it, you'll have to repair it if it got damaged over the ensuing year.
What gets damaged specifically?
The seals can wear out, the valves can get broken. There's a check valve in there with moving springs. Those can wear out over time. They can get damaged. Someone can knock it, break a testing port so you can't do the testing.
And then another cost would be if it failed.
Then you got to replace it.
Yep.
And so the manufacturer only supports them for so long, and you have to be able to get parts. And if you can't get parts, then you got to put a new one in.
This is a big task.
It is.
Do we have enough backflow testers and certified specialists to complete the 500 per year?
Did we add? I think we added a position in the next budget. Yeah.
Oh my Be a new certification.
We have one on staff right now.
Yeah.
We would look to consultants if we need to. And then it's supported through, some of it's supported through rates, through you're paying a fee if you're, right? Assume if the new fee structure that's been proposed is adopted, you're going to pay a fee to submit your annual test so that we can verify it, right, and work through that.
I'm asking because that's about 41 a month. So do we have the personnel? Yeah, just to complete
So we don't test.
We don't.
We don't test. The private property owner has to select a tester off of the approved list.
Okay.
And so we already have an approved list for, I'm not sure what the number is, the 1,000 accounts right now that have commercial and industrial accounts that have backflow devices. And those already get tested every year. So we already manage that. If all 1,500 homes that we've identified get enrolled, basically we're doubling the size, right, of the number of devices that get tested every year. So it's a step, but it's surmountable, it's manageable. The 500 a year hazard assessments, that requires some staffing support, yes.
And do we have that staff support?
It's being requested in the budget, I believe, in July.
It's sort of like getting your car smogged, isn't it? I really equate it to that.
Yeah, you got to do it every year. And it's
what
if something's wrong, then you got to fix it.
Yeah. Upgrade it. Yeah.
What if people choose not to do it?
That's the enforcement aspect of the ordinance. And, I would envision that we're not enforcing residential until after 2034.
Right.
But we have to be careful with that because the state does require you to enforce it once you know about it. So, so there is some time to roll that out. That was somewhat intentional. We're kind of pushing what the state wants us to do with that. We've really stretched that out as long as they're willing to accept. But, enforcement does include shutoff.
Which I think is illegal to leave people without service.
I mean, it's legal in certain circumstances and steps are done properly and undertaken.
Any other questions of Mr. Reynolds?
No.
I guess I should say thank you for the report, but I don't
Yeah.
think we're real pleased with it.
No, I mean, and it's daunting. I get that, and it's taken me a while to kind of get my head around it and what it means. And I've been working really hard with fire department, building, public works to minimize that. When I first approached this a year ago, the state was like, no, you got to put an RP device on every service in your city. I'm like, I have to put 20,000 backflow devices? No, that's not reasonable. And so then we've just been working with them to sort of reestablish some reasonable conditions, and this is where we've landed.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak or written comments?
No, Madam Mayor.
So do I have a motion? Second?
So moved.
Do I have a second? A reluctant second?
I don't think we have a choice, right? We have to vote for this.
Okay, I don't have a second. So.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Just to reiterate, this is another housing mandate.
Yeah.
It's no different than mandating fire sprinklers in the first instance. I would not recommend that you do not approve it, but that is your choice. And as was stated, there will be repercussions to the city for failure to comply.
But how long would it take them to find out?
My office will be notified quite quickly.
Then you have to find.
Okay.
Yes.
Well,
So by when do we have to approve this, Tom?
yesterday.
I would like to start addressing the hazard
Yes.
assessments in July or August as this comes online and get us ready to
Yep, but what's
start
the,
counting these issues and really getting our arms around how many residential homes are actually affected by this. And what that looks like. We've made some of the changes already. I've already changed our standards. We've worked through that to try and prevent more residential homes from becoming a problem.
you want to come up here because we can't
Yeah.
hear you.
Technically, the date would be when it's enforceable to the residential, because we have to have an enforcement program in place. But I
Yeah,
don't
but
think
the state-
2034 is what our option is.
Yeah, but the state has a mandate that we have to have this program, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
By when? What's their date? 2034?
Technically, July 1, 2025. I have an approved plan, so I submitted a plan in draft form in July of 2025. They've extended the deadline out a year, basically, for everybody. Are they July 1? Are they going to come knocking on the door saying, "Where's your plan?" No, because they have my plan, right? They have the plan that's in front of you. They've approved that plan. What we don't have is the enabling ordinance for me to be able to enforce this. We have our current ordinance, which is now in conflict with our cross-section control plan. So that creates a situation where somebody calls up and says, I don't want to put in an RP device, I want to do a backflow device. I tell them, well, you're going to have to put an RP device in the future, I recommend you do that now. And they go, no. I can't currently make them do that because I don't have an ordinance that supports my plan. So we're in a bit of a limbo here without the ordinance. I think that we've done what we can to limit the impacts to residential homes. Similarly, we've done what we can to limit impacts to commercial and industrial users. We could tomorrow say everybody has to go to an RP device, a bigger, more expensive device. And those can cost tens of thousands of dollars to put in. Instead, we said, look, you can maintain and keep that until such a point as it fails or you can't get parts for it. Then when you have to upgrade it anyway, we'll do the RP device. And so the state's accepted that. There's not a lot more we can do. Delaying this doesn't change the need to do it. Delaying this doesn't change the cost of doing it. In fact, as we know, everything over time just gets more expensive. The sooner we start implementing and getting on this, the more affordable it's going to be for the community.
Why was there a delay of a year in bringing this to council?
The delay was the state. So the state rolled out this policy handbook, said you have to have this adopted by July of 2025, and then continue to tweak what they needed to see. So it wasn't until like June of 2025 that the state finally said, okay, here's what we really want. A lot of workshops went with the state to get that figured out. So then we submitted our draft in July. They took time reviewing it. We made changes to it in the fall. We submitted it in January. They said, "Oh, we think that's good." We then adopted or amended the ordinance, worked with the city attorney's office to get the ordinance to match the plan so that they all supported each other nicely. And now we brought it to you as, the agenda's full. It takes time to get here.
I made a motion.
I know.
I don't know if that goes anywhere.
And we don't have a second. Did this come
Okay.
through as an assembly bill, a Senate bill, or did it just, the EPA just come up with this? How did this happen?
I believe it's a combination of Assembly bill and Senate bills that changed Title 17 and created the Cross-Connection Control Policy Handbook that then supersedes Title 17. So it repealed Title 17 and all the sections of Title 17. Sort of modernizing, right? I think their sales pitch is that the last time the cross-connection control rules were updated in the state of California was in the 90s, late 80s. And so trying to modernize it around current concerns and knowledge about risks. And I think too, I think one thing to keep in mind is this is not a passive risk. In fact, we recently discovered a cross-connection through our work that we might not have discovered otherwise, where water was flowing through a property through 2 different meters because their backflow devices weren't installed correctly. So no harm, there were no damage was done there, thankfully, but it does point to that risk is out there, that this is not I know it seems simple and it says, well, there's a lot of maybes on top of it, but if something does go wrong, the repercussions are huge. Right? And if we introduce bacteria or chemicals into the drinking water system,
Right.
that people can get injured, sick, or die even, right? It's the theoretical on the one hand, but the moment it becomes real, it becomes very, very real.
Right, which is why I'm concerned that it took us a year to even have these conversations, and I still don't have the number of the budget that this is gonna cost the city. This is a city mandate, this is a state mandate that we have to take on. What is the cost to the city, one? And why, if it's such a huge risk, why did it take us a year for us to vote on it? Because it's so important.
Yeah, and that's why I was saying we worked with the state once they set their standards. We got the thing into the state in draft, worked with them to get it finalized, got all that cleared together, worked with the city attorney's office to get the ordinance up, and then we have to get on the council agenda.
I understand that the order, but I think the order should have been backwards. Because I think that the city council could have said, yeah, we're gonna give you direction, this is coming down the pipe, we're gonna give you direction to draft the ordinance to tell us how much we had to make room for in this budget. Being that we have a super tight budget now, to ask us to approve this before we approve the budget next month.
Right, but this is built into our rates too, right?
Yeah.
Into the water rates, not.
I understand that, but there's still a cost to the city for this state mandate. So there
always is. There always is.
Right.
Yeah, council members and mayor, if I just may add that our initial efforts towards getting into compliance with the state's requirements on this are going to be absorbed within existing water rates and user fees. So that initial cost to the city is already absorbed and planned for in our budget without the ask coming back. When we're talking about bringing us an item through the budget for staff, that's to support the regulatory compliance program, who will be responsible for monitoring and enforcing and working with code in the future as we get single-family residences or businesses that are not complying. So it's not today. So I want to just clarify that while it's delayed coming to council pending the finalization at the state, we're not putting the cart before the horse, so to speak. We can act and move this forward with what we have today with negligible impact to funding enterprise fund because it's currently absorbable, and the rest will come later. It will follow.
When would you need the staff to start looking at compliance? In a year or 2?
I would defer to Josh. I think we're farther down the line from that because we have existing staff today who have the capacity to do this initial work. We have outreach specialists on staff. We have regulatory compliance on staff. It's really when we start 4 years from now is probably when we would really need a body dedicated to it, but we would phase it in. We always want to do it in a responsible and phased approach.
And I guess to support that, I have vacancies that are in the process of being filled right now.
Yes.
to help support this effort. So when I say I don't have the staff today, but I do have, interviews coming up here to support
Yeah, but I
this
think what
work.
she's saying is we won't even need the staff for 2 years. So it may not even impact this budget cycle.
Right.
At least for enforcement. Now, the other budget that you're talking about, it's already absorbed?
Yes, ma'am. In our existing water rates and user fees, because the cost to the city to get us to implementation are really associated with doing our hazard assessments and our public outreach, we have staff today where we can absorb those costs. When we have to go on site to, say, inspect that installed backflow device, that would be a new user fee we might bring then so that our costs are at least recovered for that effort, but not to unduly burden staff through this, or residents through the process.
Yeah, because we have employees who are talking about not getting a raise and all
Yeah.
these things, and now
Yeah.
we're saying, oh, but this is more important than that.
Yeah.
I'm super concerned about that. And so I'm okay with approving this if it is already absorbed.
Yes.
And we're not approving the enforcement action with this budget.
Yeah, the
But it goes hand in
recommendation before us would be to approve the revisions, the technical amendments to the code,
Okay.
so that the city can get in compliance and let the State Water Resources Control Board know that our body has taken action to implement the code, which points to the plan. That's all we're asking for tonight, and there's not future hidden costs in excess. The staff member that we're talking about through the budget, again, would support the regulatory compliance program, to which some point in the future, a couple of years from now, this becomes more of a program, but right now it's absorbable. And I'm glad Josh made the point about our vacancies. Our regulatory compliance group has been short-staffed for a while. It'll be good to get them on board.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
One more question. How are you guys going to notify the community about all these changes? Because you guys haven't done that yet.
We haven't started yet. It's really important, like I mentioned, not to put the cart before the horse. We want to have approval of the ordinance updates to implement the plan. Our intention is to use the utility billing software and that Spry Point system to get notices out to the people this affects. Again, out of our 20,000 residents, we're anticipating about 1,500 based on preliminary counts. We would identify those specific accounts, get direct notices to them through utility billing, and then we would have personal outreach and contact. Utilities was fortunate to have a conservation specialist, an outreach specialist. We have staff that we can come up with an outreach plan, and if council prefers, we'd be happy to bring that approach and plan back.
I have a question. Does that mean you would be hiring new employees?
Potentially in the future, as the program grows, that's always a consideration. When we get these unfunded mandates from the state, we either have to absorb it or staff up. Right now, we're prepared to absorb the initial work. As the program grows, we would continue to evaluate what the staffing levels may need to be. And of course, this also has an impact to, say, code enforcement, who would be the enforcement arm for people who aren't complying. So we would be working in close coordination with their team.
Which leads you to an increase in code enforcement officers.
Yeah.
Potentially, but not yet.
They're already overwhelmed, I think.
They
have
are.
a lot
They
going
are.
on.
Yeah.
What?
Okay, so do you want me to try again to get a second, or just die? Okay.
This is a public health hazard. I just want to note that.
Yes.
If it's not passed.
Getting out and driving
So-
in the streets of Santa Maria is public health
a health
hazard also.
We're
Yeah.
talking
Yeah.
about drinking water.
Yeah.
Hazard.
Okay. Okay.
Making
So what do
sure
you wanna
folks
do?
understand
Well,
that.
it
What do we
dies,
wanna
it
do?
dies for lack of a second.
You're not ready to approve something that's absorbed by the fund? If it's already absorbed, the cost?
Okay, we have a motion. Do you want to do a second, or?
I'm asking my colleagues.
What?
What is it that you want to see, or what else do you need to know to make a decision?
I mean, I think it's important to inform the community before anything.
Okay.
I mean,
Okay.
Outreach?
Okay, but that's not what we're doing right now. What we're doing right now is
It's just the
is
ordinance.
amending chapters 8-10A, cross connections and 8-1.07 of Title 8 in the Santa Maria Municipal Code.
But what are we informing them about if there's no change in the code?
That it's going to change.
Yeah.
But there's no direction for it to change.
Not yet.
So then what are they going to outreach for?
That's what I'm saying.
That's what we're
That's what I'm
saying.
asking my colleagues.
Yeah,
What do
and
they want to see, right? And he's saying, I would like to see an outreach. So if we vote today, if it makes him comfortable, that we can say this is the ordinance and he would like to see outreach, then that becomes part of it, part of what the council's direction is.
Well, you know what, we're getting into the weeds and we're going into being department heads, and we are not department heads. We're dealing with a policy that the state has mandated. We obviously don't agree with the policy, but anyway, that's beside the point. And so we have this amending of the ordinance, as I read before, and this is what is before us right now.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Mayor, I just don't have enough evidence with this, and I get what Councilmember Soto is
Okay.
saying about the water. I get all of that, okay? I don't feel comfortable with them telling us a year later that we should have had this done. I'm just not okay. So what, next year in 6 months, they're gonna say something different? So I need to have more,
More information.
yeah, in order to
Well,
get
we
this
can always,
approved.
if we can I'm going to move that we bring this back at the next meeting so that we have time to ask these questions and get informed. Does that
That's
work
fine.
for you? Okay.
Yeah.
I'd like to move that we continue this to the next meeting, to the June 2nd meeting.
Okay, do I have a second on that one?
We need to cancel the first motion then, and let that die, and then come with the second motion.
How do we do that?
No, it dies for lack of a second.
We did that already? Okay.
Yeah.
It died for lack of a
5
second.
seconds.
So I have another motion on the floor to bring this back to the council and a second. Okay. Any further discussion?
Wait, who seconded?
Who's second?
Nobody seconded.
Oh, I thought
No.
you seconded to bring it back.
No, she
You
brought
wanna
it
bring
back.
it
There's
later?
been no second.
Yeah, I'll second it to bring it back.
Yeah,
Do you want to
that's what
bring
you
it
did.
back June 2nd or a date after that?
June
Is that going to
2nd
be
is
enough
fine.
time?
Oh,
And,
wait.
and if they bring it back, what exactly do you want them to bring back?
She just wants more information.
Yes.
More
Okay.
information.
So what's the meeting after June 2nd?
June 16th?
Okay.
Okay, do that one.
Okay. I move that we continue it to June 16th.
Is that okay with the second?
Yes.
Okay. The motion, okay, first and second motion. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Councilmember Aguilera?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Flores?
Aye.
Councilmember Bataya? Sorry. Councilmember Soto?
Aye.
Mayor Patina?
Aye.
Oh, she had a public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Public comment?
I'm sorry. Ms. Bryant, come on up.
Come on, Nicole.
Thank you. My comments will still be relevant for it being moved to June. My question is to council, is something to consider, is if we are choosing to kill this or not approve this, what is the financial liability from the state of the city not going through with a requirement? That would also impact the budget. I do want to mention that the positions listed are all current SEIU staff and would be potential future SEIU staff. Outreach specialists, regulatory specialists are all within our bargaining unit. Also, this is all enterprise funded and not part of the general budget deficit. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Anyway, thank you very much. Okay, now we will receive a presentation on polling survey results for a potential ballot measure, and City Manager David Rollins will open this up for us.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. Tonight, our recommendation is to receive a presentation on polling survey results for a potential ballot measure, including community priorities and support for municipal services, and to provide direction to staff to draft approving resolutions for submission of a question to voters regarding a proposed sales tax measure to fund essential city services as part of the general municipal election to be held Tuesday, November 3rd of 2026. And at this time, I'd like to have Chelsea Secondhand from DHM Research give a presentation on their polling.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
So as mentioned, DHM Research did a poll which had two main goals shown here, to assess voters' perceptions and satisfaction with city services, and also primarily to gauge support for a potential revenue measure on the November ballot. Just to show you a bit about the methodology, we surveyed 400 likely November 2026 voters in the city. It was a mixed methodology survey, which means folks got emails and texts to take it online, as well as live interviews. The overall margin of error for that sample size is plus or minus 4.9 percentage points. And the demographics that we're using throughout are representative of the likely November 2026 electorate across all key demographic groups, and we offered the survey in both English and Spanish. These slides just confirm those demographics, again, as I said, representative of the November electorate this year. And then getting into the data, this is one of the first questions we ask voters before we tell them what this survey is about, that the city is looking at a revenue measure or anything. This is an open-ended question where we ask them what they feel the most important problem facing the city is. And as I said, it's open-ended. They can say anything they want, and then we take their responses and code them into these categories and themes. So we see really housing affordability rising to the top. If you combine that with cost of living, there's about a third who are saying those kind of pocketbook issues. Crime and homelessness, also big concerns people are citing top of mind. But taxes themselves are not coming up a lot. You can see that all the way at the bottom, highlighted just 2%, said that's the biggest thing they're concerned about in the city. Then we asked them this ballot question. This is the exact text we tested on the left, which gives the half-cent rate, the total revenue it would raise each year, and some additional information. This is really representative of something that could be on the ballot, informed by prior measures you've tested and in consultation with the city staff. So when we ask voters this, and we haven't given them any information besides what's on the screen here, we see that 60% say they are likely to support this measure, that they would vote yes. And this just needs a simple majority threshold, so pretty good on the initial vote. Then after that, we tested this list of things that the measure could fund, different things that the city is responsible for paying for. And really what you see here, those dark blue and green bars, those are positive, and there's a lot of that on here. Folks saying all these different components, things that could be funded, make them more likely to support the measure. So a lot of the priorities that the City Council has explored funding through this measure, such as park service, youth services, libraries, addressing homelessness, all of that really resonates with voters saying they're more likely to support. Then this is the text of the messages that we read, the information about what the measure would do. And then on the left, there's just a shorthand that you'll see on the next screen. So we have a variety of themes, some about what it would fund, those same libraries, parks, youth services, some about the fiscal management and the oversight. And then here on this slide is how those messages performed. Again, a lot of that blue showing that voters found those messages convincing as reasons to support the measure. And what you see here is there's kind of two tiers of messages that did really well. One is those clear service impact focused messages where we said it's going to fund library hours and youth services and parks and all the things people want to see in the city. And another tier focused on the fiscal controls and that the money would all stay here locally, cannot be taken by the state. There would be oversight of it and that the city would be responsible with the funds. All of that really resonated with voters. So after we tell them all that, those good things the measure would do, we ask them how they would vote on it again. So that's that second set of bars, and we see that the support raises to almost 3/4, 74% of voters saying they would support this measure now. And a decrease both in the no and the don't know. So even people who were opposed initially, some of them are moving towards support just with this information about what it would do. Finally, we asked them about this opposition statement on the left, covering some of the themes of why people may come out against a tax increase like this, talking about cost of living and such. And while voters do find that convincing, 7 in 10 said it was convincing, when we asked them how they would vote, having heard all of that, we still see the support is really strong, almost 2/3 supporting the measure, and a greater intensity in that certain. So even better than the initial vote, even have heard all that message. And that's the end of the presentation.
Thank you. Okay. Any questions?
You, Mayor?
Yes. Councilmember Flores.
I was reading on the report, and it says that it was geared towards essential services. Can you tell me what those essential services are?
Yes, so I don't know if anyone from staff wants to jump in, but because it's a general use measure, it would be up to the city council to allocate those funds. And we tested a variety of priorities, like I mentioned, that could be funded, that voters supported.
So we would decide as city council where that money would go?
Correct. Yes, once it comes in, if you guys wanted to enhance example of code enforcement, you can take a look at hiring code enforcement officers. If you wanted to take a look at offering different kind of after-school programs for the youth of the community, we can take a look at providing those items there. This will come back in front of city council to determine how you want to expend the funds. And it could change year to year, depending on the priorities that you put out for city council or city staff during the budget process. So everything is open. If you want to hire additional staffing or units within the police department, the fire department, you would be able to do that as well. Those are your priorities and your goals, what you like to do with the funding once it comes in.
Can you go back to that other screen? I just have one little question.
Yeah, which one? The
one more.
messages or the,
Probably another one.
this one?
Yes.
Yeah.
So right there, it says all proposed use of funds make voters more likely to support the measure. And it has on there, maintain firefighting staffing, right? So is that what we're telling, and then it goes down to improve library, traffic safety, neighborhood police patrols, help address homelessness in Santa Maria. So when we did the survey, is this what we told them that we were going to be spending the money on?
So, not quite. This was asked, here are some things that the measure could fund. How would that impact your likelihood to vote on it? So we tested some things that had been identified as priorities that we knew you all were looking at funding, some things that maybe weren't going to be funded, and just ask voters about all of them, not saying this is what it would fund, but this is something a general measure could fund, and of course it's up to city council's discretion. And really, I think it's remarkable here that pretty much all of them are 80 plus support. There's a little differentiation, but not really. So what this tells me is voters like the things you would do with this money.
Okay. Yeah, because I don't want the public to think that we're going to pass this, right? And then we're paying firefighters, we're paying emergency, everything that's, just say hypothetically, everything on here, that's where all the money went.
Right.
No,
Okay.
this is just, sorry, if I may just add, since I sat in those conversations with Alice, I mean, the mayor, a lot of these are just, we were essentially testing messaging, as it was mentioned, to help us get a clear sense of how we would move forward with a potential ballot proposition. And
This
I'm
is going to
looking at
help us
Dave.
to write the measure. So we can decide on what we want to put in the measure.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
and we
based on
see-
this
I just didn't
data,
want them to think that, oh, this is where money's going to go, and then we use it a different way.
Well, it probably
could-
will.
it could
probably-
go to some of
Well,
them.
it should, you know.
Yeah.
But then when we write the measure, if we're going to say, okay, half of it's going to go for athletic fields,
Right.
for instance, you know, but we're going to write the measure depending on what we see here.
Okay. Okay, that was my question.
Okay, any other questions? I guess you're not as exciting as backflow valves.
Yeah, save the most exciting for last, I'm sure.
Oh, my gosh. This is really good. Thank you very much. I think this is so telling. And actually, I think it really came out better than I was anticipating, I guess, in a way. But I think all those things there are so important to our community, and I think we feel that up here also.
Yeah.
Okay. No questions or anything? Okay, thank you very much. Oh, and Ms. Bryant, you wanted to speak?
I'll start off by saying what a pleasure it's been to be here with you this evening. Again, Nicole Bryant from SCIU Local 620. Last item of the night, last time you will hear from me tonight. Our union and members support placing a proposed sales tax measure being put on the ballot as a responsible step towards sustainable revenues. Revenues must keep pace with increasing expenditures, and broad-based solutions are more sustainable than repeat cuts to services and staff. As previously stated, we also support the common sense reserve policy updates brought to this council and discussed on April 7th. Our members live, work, and spend their money in this community. Supporting stable revenue and reserves strengthens the entire city. We urge the City Council to advance these measures together to ensure long-term fiscal stability. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And SEIU is very instrumental in getting the measures passed, as you well know, in the past. They have done such a great job doing that, so thank you very much. Yeah. Okay. So now we'll have a report by Dave Rowland, City Manager.
Madam Mayor, I received a written comment.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I received one written comment from Matthew Cherkoff.
Okay. And we received that, okay.
do we have to provide direction, or is it just receive and file?
We'll bring back something else on ballot measure.
Yeah.
It says provide direction to staff to draft approving resolution for submission. Or am I in the wrong agenda?
You have to look to provide direction for us to bring you back the sales tax measure for your approval.
So can you explain what kind of direction exactly you're looking for?
You want us to bring ballot measure back?
Oh, that's the question.
That's the question. And there was a lot of head nods, so we took, at 10 o'clock, we assumed that you wanted us to bring something back.
Yeah, it's best that we make no assumptions.
So this is as part of the general municipal election to be held in November of 2026. Okay. Okay.
I mean, I'm interested to
Okay,
hear.
go ahead, Mr. Rollins.
Well, thank you. It's 10 o'clock at night. We'll go ahead and do as
We've got
quickly as we
15 more
can.
minutes.
We've got the Chamber of Commerce 6-month update, the next meeting. We're looking at introduction of an ordinance for catering vehicle ordinance updates.
What? I'm sorry. I'm confused in the process. Direction was not given.
Okay, okay.
There was a consensus to do
Yeah.
so. We took
Yeah,
it as direction.
that's what Tom just said.
Yeah.
Okay, so there is consensus from the
consensus,
council
yeah.
to move forward.
We saw it.
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to confirm
Yeah.
that everybody was on the same page because I didn't hear anything.
I'm sorry, I'm usually loud.
No, not from you. I heard what you said, but I just don't want to make assumptions that the whole council is on the same page. But I'm glad that in this one we are.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah.
We'll bring out the sales tax ballot resolutions, and also have our first reading and draft of the 2026-2028 budget review. And that's all I have for this evening. And happy Mother's Day.
Okay, so now we'll have the oral reports of council members. Do you want to start, Ms. Flores?
On Wednesday, April 8th, I went to Communify meeting in Solvang. Friday, April 10th, I went on duty with the Santa Maria Fire Department. It was great. And Saturday, April 18th, I went to the dog park ribbon cutting ceremony. April 24th, I went to the strawberry dinner. Saturday, April 25th, I went to present a proclamation to the Philharmonic Society.
Thank you. Mr. Battaglia.
On 4/8, I went to the Santa Maria Police Department. I was part of an interview panel for beat coordinator officer. On 4/9, I met with the utilities director. 4/10, I met with the firefighters union. 4/20, I met with Police Chief Williams. 4/23, I met with Fire Chief. 4/24, I attended Strawberry Dinner. 4/25, Sir Santa Maria Day, planted bushes at Salvation Army. That same day, I attended an outboard celebration event at Waller Park. I also attended the Mayor's Task Force. Great program, Mayor. It was great to interact with the high school students. And then that same day, I attended the Harmonic event. And then 4:30, I met with Director of Finance to go over budget.
Thank you. Councilmember Hernandez, Aguilar Hernandez.
April 1st, I went to the Housing Summit. On the 6th, I went to the Econ Alliance Board meeting. April 8th, I went to the Marion Medical Hospital Board meeting. April 10th, I went to the event for Root. May 2nd, I went to April 24th, I went to the Candidate Academy that was put on by the Chamber of Commerce. And I also went to the Strawberry Dinner that evening. And May 2nd, this weekend, I went to the Kentucky Derby event and the event for North County Rape Crisis.
Thank you. Councilmember Soto.
Thank you. On Friday, April 10th, I attended the Elected Leaders Forum to address homelessness and housing. On April 13, I attended the DHM City of Santa Maria polling meeting. I'm glad that went forward today. On April 17th, I attended a budget briefing on public workshops. On April 18th, I attended the dog ribbon cutting event. On April 21st, we had a city special meeting that I attended. And I want to say, on May 1st, happy May Day. On May 1st, I attended a budget review, 3-hour session here. Thank you so much for everybody who made that happen and gave me so much insight on the budget process. And those are my reportable items.
Thank you. April 10th, I attended the CalCog virtual board meeting. On April 13th, I attended my Mayor's Youth Task Force meeting at Santa Maria High School and then at Pioneer High School. April 16th, attended SBCAG board meeting. On the 17th, Fighting Back Santa Maria Valley board meeting. On the 18th, I went to the Bark Park ribbon cutting and did the Peace Rose planting at Rotary Centennial Park. On the 20th, I did the 3CE policy board meeting and attended the Veterans and Military meeting via Zoom. On April 21st, April 22nd, did the 50-year celebration that we're putting together for the city of Santa Maria. On the 24th, attended the 26th Strawberry Industry Dinner. And on the 25th, did Serve Santa Maria. And so we went out to Pioneer Park, and the Mayor's Youth Task Force painted all the picnic tables and the benches. and then did the Arbor Day celebration at the park, celebrating Virginia Souza during that day. And on April 30th through the 1st, our Mayor's Youth Task Force did our excursion down to see UCLA, SC, Northridge, the Getty Museum, the Sconso Gardens, and the Broad Museum. So we were all tired when we got back. And if there are no other business, this meeting is adjourned.